go. Look at this. Look at what we got. You want your little boo-boo? Come here. You get on there. There you go. Okay, I'm closing the door. One in, one out. Want this? You don't want your little boo-boo anymore? Are you not entertained? It's because you want the new. He likes the new Labubu's. That's what he likes. That's what you want. You want the new ones. Fiona, thank you for the 5 months. Jen, thank you for the 32 months. Netizen, thank you for the 3 months. Bro, what in the actual heck? Oh my God. I spent an hour fixing these stupid ass alerts and they're not stupid ass working. I don't understand. Stupid ass. Netizen, thank you. Whoa, it's me. Thank you for the 8 months. Sad History Grad, thank you for the 17 months. Lo-Fly Birdie, thank you for the 14 months. Oh my God, these stupid ass alerts. Bruh. I'm actually so annoyed. I'm actually so... One of them showed no that's I gifted a sub earlier to try it out and like I'm testing it and that works but it's I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna have to have Nico break into my computer and fix this shit. Hogan, thank you for the gift of stupid alerts. No, like just now. Yeah, watch this. That I don't know. Skeletor 696969, thank you for the 29 months. Sad History Grad, thank you for the 17 months. Nigo's just going to have to break into the mainframe. Stream stuff can be so finicky. It is. Like, you think you fix it, and then it's not fixed. I don't fucking know. All right, you want down? Go get your little boo-boo. Go get your little boo-boo. Anyway, how we doing, y'all? What's going on? What's up? Katie, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you for the hype train, y'all. You want to see what I made earlier at Deco? Here, it's still drying, but I will carefully lift it up. Very carefully. Oh, God. Oh. Okay. Okay. There we go. I'll really try not to drop this. I made this. I did it all by myself. Can you believe it? Can you believe that I made this entirely by myself? I mean, she's a crafting queen. You did such a good job. I know, I did such a good job doing this completely alone. Oh no, shit. Come on, stay. Don't fall. No. Stop it. Stop. Okay. Let's just put that back in there. What do you think? You like it? Okay. All right. Careful. Is it a drug mirror? I guess any mirror could be a drug mirror. Gonna be her own work before it dries. That's right. I'm gonna fuck it up so badly. I'm gonna have to fix it, and then it will be entirely mine. It will be completely mine. Yeah. So I went to Deco for Cudi's grand opening, And it was really cute and fun. It was cute and fun. Mochi Pichu, thank you for the 17 months. And I'm thinking of taking my sisters this weekend because I don't have anything else planned. I've not planned anything yet. So I was like, you know what? We should go there. They would love that. It'd be fun. All it took for the yarn to reunite was someone to open an entire brick and mortar store. Yes, we had the yarn back. The yarn was back. the yarn was back because we all were at Deco earlier today. That's why I'm wearing my pink shirt. That's why I got my pink on. Okay, how are we doing, everyone? How are we doing? What's going on? It feels so early, even though it's almost 6 o'clock. But I went live and I was like, damn, it's so early. And then, no, it's not. No, it's not at all. Trace Rise, thank you for the 24 months. He looks so unhappy. Are you unhappy? Guess what? Your aunties are coming today. Are you excited? You know what? He is waiting for Pride Month. He's just a grumpy old gay, and he's like, I'm not happy until it's officially my month. Summer hasn't even started yet, and I'm already ready for it to be over. Why? The heat or just everything? I don't know. He was great in sexual framing. He should be in movies. You know, maybe that's like what I do next. Maybe once I'm done with streaming, I become a stage mom for Farley. I'll put him in the movies, you know. Would I let Austin take Farley to the Abbey? Farley would be, I think he would die. I actually think he would die being at the Abbey. It's so loud and so crowded. He would kill himself. But yeah, maybe that's my next move in life is I make Farley a star. Because I do want to be a stage mom, but I don't know if I'm having human children, so I got to do what I got to do with what I have. I live in the Middle East, and today it was 47 degrees. Well, it's certainly not 47 degrees here. It's hot. It's summer heat. He wants his chair. I know he's not into the therapist chair. He's not into it. All right. Would you like to be freed, sir? Sir. Here. Take your Labubu. Come back in if you want. If you want. He really does love those Labubus, but it's funny, as soon as he has eaten through, as soon as he has chewed up a face, he wants to move on to a fresh one. Oh, 47 degrees Celsius. I was like, damn, Fahrenheit. That's pretty cold. That's like 116 degrees. All right, that's brutal. Sorry, my brain only works in Fahrenheit. Slime Bagel, thank you for the 18 months. You know what? Yeah, I'm very Western brain though. I'm very Western brain. Everything is in miles. Distance is measured in miles. And temperature is measured in Fahrenheit. What's the Celsius? Ain't no Celsius except the thing that you drank. Make you punch a wall, brother. It's the only Celsius I know here. That's it. You're saying Western? Okay, I mean American exceptionalism. Yes, sometimes I am an American exceptionalist. Like Canada, Let's get it together, okay? Meters, what is that? What's going on? Did you just learn about dark mode on your phone today? Apparently I did. I thought I had used that before. Well, I guess I don't use dark mode. I use the night shift. So Nico called me out. Nico called me out that my phone is apparently I've never used dark mode. I don't know. You know, you learn something new every day, y'all. It's game changer. Sure, let me change it back. I don't really see the difference. I'm going to be honest. Like it kind of looks the same. Am I crazy? Am I insane? Okay, yeah, all right. Here's the moment. Here's the moment that I learned.
Can't believe you use light mode.
That I use light mode?
Yeah.
Versus what?
Dark mode.
How do you even do that?
Settings or like just... Is your whole phone in light mode?
Like night shift on?
I think I frequently impress Nico with how dumb I am.
No,
Or dark mode. Wait. Like that?
Yeah.
I don't even see.
So much better.
So much better.
Oh shit, I'm doing a cat trail.
Jacob's ladder. Okay, it doesn't work as well with.
Okay, well, anyway, I changed it and I really don't even see a difference. Night shift is generally for blue light filtering and dark mode is to make your overall theme darker. I don't know. The difference is one hurts your eyes and one doesn't. Well, maybe my eyeballs just are so burnt anyway that I don't notice the difference. Zyron Blue, thank you for the 32 months. I found this video of you at EDC. Bro, last night I went to the Kendrick Lamar concert. Kendrick and SZA, excuse me. And I was so embarrassed because there were there were streamers who went to that. There were a bunch of streamers who went. And they kind of did the thing where they came up to me. They're like, hey, good to see you again. And I went. They were like, do you remember seeing me at EDC? But in a way where they knew that I didn't remember seeing them at EDC. And I was like, oh, God. No, they're like, yeah, you were having fun. I was like, yep. I was at EDC. I don't remember being at EDC. Oxty Spala, thank you for the 4 months. 4 down, 400 to go. That's right. More like 4,000. Was it Leslie? It was Elam, Abe. I think Leslie. There were like 4 people who did the hey, hey, hey. Do you remember seeing me at EDC? Because I remember seeing you. Dear Lord. Dear God. Everyone, you know what? Honestly, anybody could be like, I saw you at EDC, and I'd go, yeah, you probably did. You probably did. Anywho, concert last night was awesome. It was really fun. Both of them sounded great. I did leave a little bit early because I was not about to have a Cowboy Carter repeat where I got stuck in the parking lot for an hour. but I saw almost all of it. I just left. I just left for the last couple songs so that I didn't get caught. But yeah, it was great. The last year have been really trying to actively go see more live music. So that's what I've been doing. No, I didn't stay for the encore. Remember when I gave you that $20 at EDC? Whenever you feel free to pay me back. Wait, speaking of EDC and insane shit, holy moly. EDC Las Vegas offered a $575,000 bottle service package. So I have friends who work EDC every year, and they're like bottle service girlies who do EDC every single year because they make so much money. And this is why. Did you get it? I don't know. Who? Maybe. Possibly. You know I got that kind of dough. And I don't remember, so maybe I was like, yo, bottle service packages for everybody. Even if I was filthy rich, I would not do this. I agree. Okay. Let me just say, spending $575,000 on, what does this include? 125 bottles of Dom Perignon Brut, 125 bottles of Dom Perignon Rosé, and 10 bottles of Casa Azul Ultra Tequila. That is so stupid. That's disgusting. It wouldn't matter if I had that money. That is such a waste of money. And the other thing too is that a lot of people who go spend this money on bottle service, they're not even drinking because they're doing drugs. Okay. So they might have like a glass of champagne, but they're not there to drink. It's ridiculous the amount of money that is spent. And so a lot of them like won't even show up. They'll buy the table. They won't even show up. Maybe they'll show up at like 2 a.m, but it's not as if they're taking full advantage. I don't even know how you take full advantage of something that costs this much money. It's ridiculous. Yeah, these bottles go to waste. I know they do because I have friends who will like take the bottles home. They'll just go, oh, bottle of Dom Perignon Rosé. Great. Wynn and Caesars are charging $1 million for window suite room for F1. It's in town. I'm telling you, if I had not already been like radicalized when I was working in nightclubs would have radicalized me. Seeing the amount of disgusting money on display, like waste of money. I remember there were so many nights that it would physically pain me watching someone spend 30, 40, 50 grand on bullshit where they're not even drinking the bottles. They're just spending it. And I'm like, that is college tuition. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if instead of buying these bullshit bottles on this one night, you like paid for someone to go to college? It would actually physically pain me. It was so painful. Even when I was working in a capacity where I was getting tips, so the more money that's spent, the more money you get tipped, it made me sick. Or a down payment on a house. Yeah. Yes. Like if you're going to be rich, at least spend it on something concrete. Tax-free tips. That's right, everybody. Tax-free tips. Reminds me of the FD Farley! Reminds me of the FD video with Diddy and rappers going to clubs to impress other dudes. Yes, I just watched that video. Talked about it. Hold on a second. Hey! What are you doing? Come here. Get your booty over here. being stoopy. I thought he was barking just to bark. You know how he loves to do that. You know how he's into that. What were we talking about? We were talking about wasting money. We were talking about wasting money on bullshit like buying a bunch of bottles at a club when you're not even drinking them. That's the other thing. It's like, you're not even drinking this. It's extra upsetting knowing that the alcohol costs. Oh yeah, the cost of production to price that is charged ratio is sickening. It is so sickening. Tara, thank you for the 19 months. Buying it to reduce the amount of alcohol available. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so today, here's what we got going on. Here's what we got going on. I am doing a short gaming sponsor later tonight, probably around 8:30, I would say. What time is it? 6:00. So it is called The Siege and the SANDFOX. The Siege and the SANDFOX. So we're doing a gaming sponsor. Let's go. So we'll get to that in a couple of hours, and then otherwise we got news. You know how it goes. So the main things are, we're going to take a look at Kid Cudi's testimony today. So he is by far and away the biggest star yet to take the witness stand. Oh.
I'm finishing getting that room ready.
Oh, is my stream room just becoming where we put all the shit?
Yes. Because it's the last room we're going to finish. It's going to be
oh
fabulous.
My God, there's so much crap in
when
here.
When we finish this room, it's going to be amazing.
Well,
it's going to be amazing.
I've noticed that you've been sneaking your junk in here.
Caroline, I can't get into the attic right now. Those will go in the attic later.
Will's been putting his junk in my stream room. Every time I turn around, it's just Will's junk. Like, enough of this junk. I love lamp. Those are the lamps. Well, one of them that I shattered the lampshade on my final night in the apartment. From the bedroom to the storage room, I'm moving up. Yes, no, my stream room is now the storage room. I'm looking around and I have now realized that Will has been using this as the storage room. That he's just been putting everything into it. Somebody had asked about, Jay Marion's got a response here about the problem with the tax-free tips. There's a lot to unpack about it. That sucks, but the broader issue is that tipping culture itself needs to change. Tip minimum wage can be like $3 to $4 an hour, meaning you, the tipper, are paying the service workers' wages instead of the business owner. Make the bosses pay. Fuck Band-Aid solutions. Yes. So the problem is service workers not being paid a living wage and relying so much on tipping, and that is what is put on the customer rather than businesses having to pay their fucking employees. Also, there's a lot of people who don't benefit from the no tax on tips bill. So this really is like not just a Band-Aid solution. It's a small Band-Aid solution. It's a very narrow subset of the workforce who actually would benefit from something like this. So, a lot of tipped workers are part-time employees. They're not going to see a huge benefit from this. A lot of them already don't pay federal income tax because they make less than the standard deduction. Like when I was working in service jobs, I was so broke. I was not making enough money to even have to pay taxes. Like, that's where I was at. Isn't there also now a loophole where CEOs and other rich pieces of shit will just reclassify their income as tips to not pay taxes? I'm sure. Yeah, I haven't looked into it enough yet, but that sounds like it would make sense. Yeah, also there could just be like a whole host of issues that the no tax on tips policies could create. It could tip the scale even more towards reliance on tips. Like, it's already a major issue that service workers have to rely on tips to be able to live. And so this could make it even more so that the reliance on tips becomes greater, which is not good for workers. Also, yes, I guess now thinking about like hypothetical situations here, employers taking advantage of this, misclassifying purposefully income as tips so that they can take advantage of this benefit so they're not paying taxes, etc. People might start tipping less now too. Right. Because tipping is a social thing still, right? You are not legally required. No one is like literally putting a gun to your head. So it's something that you should do. It is a social behavior because of how in this country a lot of service workers rely upon tips. And so if you are receiving a service, the expectation is that you tip for that service. It's just that as living expenses have become more and as workers are stuck in their wages, they rely more and more on greater percentages of tips. So anyway, there's a lot of reasons as to why this is like not something to go, yay, we've done it. On the surface, it sounds good, you know? It's a bipartisan bill. You go, no tax on tips? Okay. But of course we know that the second you dip below the surface, it's actually not this stellar piece of legislation. It's also one where, you know, legislators will use this to wave away the people's cries of frustration and need for legislation that genuinely is going to affect their bottom line in a good way. They'll go, we passed the no tax on tips. What else do y'all want? You know, they'll wave that around. Okay, so Ms. 2003K, thank you for the 23 months. Toxic Waltz, thank you for the 9 months. Okay, so we're gonna go over. We're gonna look at Kid Cudi's. Kid Cudi taking the witness stand today. We're gonna talk about the updates with Meg because her legal team, Meg Thee Stallion's legal team, literally released a PowerPoint of evidence that points to Tory Lanez guilt. They put out a PowerPoint and said, listen, you jokers, apparently his guilty conviction in a court of law was not enough for y'all. So here you go. Here you are. So we're going to take a look at that. We're going to look at what happened with DreamCon. We're going to talk about what's going on with Candance Owens. And then I do want to touch on this shooting of the Israeli diplomats that happened last night, which is just like, oh my God, the internet is such a mess. The internet it's a bad place. Feels like a bad place to be today, like it does a lot of days. But of course, this is already being used by those who have already been seeking to associate any support of Palestine with terrorism. They are taking full advantage of this moment and like calling upon just absolute insane things like we should nuke we need to nuke Gaza, like treat them as we did Japan. There was a There was a guy on Fox News who was saying that today, also wanting to treat Free Palestine, anything to do with the cause, as evidence of terrorism. I saw posts like, if you've ever said Free Palestine, just know you pulled the trigger last night. Like, what are we doing? This is fucking insane. So, anywho. Anyway, we will take a look at that. The leader of the ADL blamed Azan by name. What timeline are we living in? Oh my God. Here's another thing that I will say. Okay. So like, I got a lot of thoughts. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts. As far as this will hurt the cause, I understand that sentiment. I understand looking at an act of violence like this, one that is the work of a lone wolf, that is a thoughtless act of violence, despite the political motivations behind it. Whether you agree with the political motivations or not, this is a politically motivated act of violence, and we know that is never a way to further a cause, to participate in anything that is going to be moving the needle forward. But also, as far as like, this will hurt the cause, what will this do to Palestine? You cannot let something like this hurt the cause. Like, that is a decision that those who are part of the Free Palestine movement have power over. And those in power are already, for the last 19 months, have already been doing everything that they can, been throwing the entire book at the movement to oppress those who have spoken out against Israel and against the United States. So I get this is bad for the cause, but you can't let it be bad for the cause. Like, don't let this stop you from rightfully calling out the actions of Israel and the United States, you know? I really liked what Lolo said about it. God, I'm fucking sweating right now. Hold on a second. Is anyone else's Twitter just totally cooked? For the last couple days, I just simply cannot use Twitter. It's broken. Yeah, it's just cooked. Thank you, Elon Musk. Amazing. Okay, very cool. Yes, I just am getting this. Something went wrong. Try reloading. You know what? Honestly, a blessing in disguise. I know. Okay, well, there goes that. Great. Violence begets violence. Palestinians have been getting massacred and ongoing genocide for the last 18 months. 2 diplomats for Israel, 1 German-born and Christian, are assassinated, clearly for political reasons, whether you agree or not. This is not anti-Semitism. Oh, that was Lolo's Twitter post. Anyway, we can talk about it more when we get to that part of the stream. But I just wanted to say that, where there's a lot of back and forth right now, of course, and I think the most important thing is remembering that individual acts of violence should not deter you from your involvement in the larger movement. And the fears of what this will do to the movement become realistic, will become a real thing if those who are part of the movement allow it to. If it causes you to stay silent because you're afraid of what they're going to do. They're already doing this shit. Like, newsflash, they are already punishing those who have been protesting Israel. This is not like all of a sudden something new. You know, he posted it to Blue Sky. Okay, I'll pull that up. I'll pull that up for later. Every movement faces things like this. Just think about civil rights and the different approaches of MLK and the Black Panthers. Yes. And I think, who else had... Oh, can't open Twitter. It was like, I saw someone else's take on this, which I thought was good, but can't open it up. So, okay. Yeah. There's like the obvious points to be made after an act of violence like this, where no, you know what? I'll just wait till we get there. Okay, let's start off with well, maybe we can just start off talking about this and then we get into the other stuff afterwards. William. No? Okay. No. Okay, let's see. I think Democracy Now! Has got a vid on this. Okay.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give.
2 staffers at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. were shot dead last night outside the Capitol Jewish Museum. This is D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith.
We believe the shooting was committed by a single suspect who is now in custody. Prior to the shooting, the suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside of the museum.
Is Caroline okay? I'm fine. I'm just overheating. It's like 1,000 degrees.
Approached a group of 4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire, striking both of our decedents. After the shooting, the suspect then entered the museum and was detained by event security. Once in handcuffs, the suspect identified where he discarded the weapon, and that weapon has been recovered, and he implied that he committed the offense.
Israel's foreign ministry identified the shooting victims as 30-year-old Yeroma.
Have you read the manifesto Kenny Clips posted on his Substack? I have not. I just briefly saw passages from it. I didn't have time to read it today because I was at Deco, but I understand that he laid out his intentions, which largely, of course, was regarding Israel's genocide in Gaza. Can't show it on stream anyway. Yes, and as a reminder, okay, let me just say, all right. So there is like this frustration from people on the left over those who like condemn violent acts because they think that it is catering to the aggressor's side, that it is like playing into the hands of the oppressors. I think there's a difference between saying that these individual acts of violence, these lone wolf assassinators, are not the way that any type of movement should operate. Like what we're talking about when we talk about class consciousness, when we talk about like waking up the proletariat to, you know, be in solidarity with all those who they shared the same class of. There are obviously like, okay, how do I explain this? So, condemning violence while also pointing out how the conditions of violence are created, why an act of violence like this happens, is not the same thing as like condemning violence because you are siding with the aggressors, because you are like catering to those who are not on your side. And I think that's a feeling that I have seen leftists express towards other leftists who have condemned individual acts of violence like this one, where they're like, hey, why are you doing the respectability thing? Why are you trying to appease these people who they want you gone? Like, they are not a part of this movement. And I think we have to separate out like those things where you look at what is actually what actually lends itself to a movement, to a cause, and what does not. But also, like, not just leaving it at condemning an act of violence, but explaining like how this came to be, like making sure to identify the causes of an act of violence like that. You know, chat, she isn't going to go over the manifesto. This isn't Hassan's stream. Yeah. And also, now is not the time to like post edgy shit online. Okay. I just want to remind you that if you're like, I'm going to post an edgy tweet or whatever it is, please be smart about it. Wherever you're posting, whatever you're saying, like, don't try to be an edgelord here in this moment. People need to have message discipline. Absolutely. Because look, it is true that those on the side of Israel, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about how careful you are. Because if you are supporting Palestine and you are critical of Israel, then you are the enemy. So I know that, okay? There is no appeasing Israel's supporters, because the bottom line is, if you do not support Israel, then you are the enemy. However, that does not mean that you just go all willy-nilly with the things that you say online. You have to be principled. We hold ourselves to a standard because we have standards. Yes, I agree. And we don't want to, in my opinion, we don't want to be at a place where we are so lost in a movement that we are cheering on thoughtless acts of violence by individuals. Okay. You can recognize the political motivations behind a crime, because also this person laid them out, but not go, yes, that's the way.
Chinsky and Sarah Lynn Milgram. They both worked at the Israeli embassy and were about to be engaged. They'd been attending a private event at the Capital Jewish Museum. According to one of the organizers, the event focused on advancing humanitarian aid efforts for Gaza. Authorities arrested 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, who was filmed shouting in support of Palestinians as he was being detained.
And the thing about this, too, okay, is that because Israel has done such a good job at conflating Zionism and Judaism, that there are acts of anti-Semitism, and in order to stop those, we have to end the conflation between Israel and all Jews in this world. So this person targeted these Israeli diplomats, okay? They targeted them because of the actions of Israel, because of, even though they were low-level diplomats, because of their political positions with Israel. But what happens too is that Jewish people will be targeted because of the conflation that, oh, here's a random Jewish person that I am associating with the actions of Israel, and so therefore I am going to do something to harm them.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Did Did someone say from Hamas?
The journalist Ken Klippenstein posted what is believed to be a manifesto by the alleged gunman, Elias Rodriguez. In the document, he praises Aaron Bushnell, the U.S. Air Force person who self-immolated last year.
And like, fuck that, okay? That makes me so mad. Him comparing himself to Aaron Bushnell, someone who was of great courage and committed an act that you should never do, okay? This is not to say go out and self-immolate, but what Aaron did and his final words and why he did what he did is not the same thing as what this person did. And the comparison, the equating yourself to a person like Aaron Bushnell is very offensive. It's very offensive, and it's important that for anyone else who thinks that they would do something like this because they are carrying on the legacy of Aaron Bushnell, it's very important to go, no, that is, these two things are separate. Okay, you're not that guy, pal. And it is offensive to Aaron's memory and to his final act of self-immolation in protest of the American empire and its allies to compare yourself to him.
In an act of protest outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Rodriguez wrote, quote, Aaron Bushnell and others sacrificed themselves in the hopes of stopping the massacre, and the state works to make us feel their sacrifice was made in vain, that there is no hope in escalating for Gaza and no point in bringing the war home. We can't let them succeed. Their sacrifices were not made in vain.
We go now to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by the Israeli journalist Gideon Levy, an award-winning Israeli journalist, author, columnist for the newspaper Haaretz, member of its editorial board. Gideon Levy's latest book is titled The Killing of Gaza, Reports on a Catastrophe. Thank you so much for being with us, Gideon. If you could first respond to the killing of these two staffers, a couple who walked outside of this American Jewish Committee event at the Jewish Museum in Washington last night.
I mean, this incident can be only condemned. Nothing that Israel is doing can justify such a murder. It was a murder. And unfortunately, also, this kind of violence will not bring the Gaza war to its end.
I just want to say, too, that, of course, it is important to point out who and what stories the mainstream media cares about and which ones they don't. Okay, this is something that we have been identifying and highlighting for the last 19 months. That, of course, when someone is the victim of an act of Islamophobia, or wasn't it in Miami that 2 Israeli tourists were shot at by some deranged anti-Palestinian freak who thought they were Palestinian? Right? And like, these are the types of stories that the media is not going to do wall-to-wall coverage on. When Palestinians are murdered in Gaza or murdered here in the United States, be they children or adults, when acts of violence against Israeli Jewish people happen, like the woman, I can't remember her name. We were talking about her the other day. This is a woman who is Israeli and Jewish, and she was attacked by a group of thugs because she has been critical of Israel because she was protesting for Palestine. And that is not something that Jake Tapper and the rest of the mainstream media is going to spend all this time covering and talking about that as an act of anti-Semitism. All the murdered Palestinians are nameless, faceless, and have no life stories and aspiration to Western media, period. Yes, and it's intentional. It's very intentional who the media decides to cover and who what stories they want to cover and what stories they don't. And the mainstream media has been complicit in laundering the genocide and working on behalf of the American empire and therefore on behalf of the state of Israel. And so they are going to try and shape the narrative one way by ignoring, and not even just ignoring, but like spinning cynically all the endless examples of terror and hate against Palestinians, against Arabs.
So it's tasteless, it's criminal, it's tragic. 2 young people being murdered. It doesn't serve anything, and it should be condemned and not justified by anything. Nothing can justify it.
And Gideon, if you could just talk about what the preliminary response in Israel has been and whether you anticipate anything happening as a direct consequence of this murder.
No, I don't expect anything in particular connected with this murder, but the general atmosphere in Israel starts to be realizing that because of the war in Gaza, Israel is turning into a pariah state. People start to digest it, start to understand that there will be a price for all the crimes, for the mass killing, for the destruction. And the longer this war will go on, the more damage will be made also to Israel. First, the main damage is obviously to the real direct victims in Gaza. But also Israel is going to pay a price for...
I just have to say, too, I really disagree with leftists turning on one another in moments like this, rather than refocusing on the movement, okay? Refocusing on being organized and ensuring that this does not stop the movement for Palestine. I think that it's so crucial at a moment like this to remember why we continue to protest, why we continue to advocate for Palestine, to criticize Israel. And again, this idea that, oh, well, now this is going to be, well, it's going to be bad. It has been bad. Look at Mahmoud Khalil. Look at all of these people who have been kidnapped in the middle of the day. Look at how they have changed the definition of anti-Semitism, right? Extending it to criticism of Israel. Look at how much they are using the power of the state to stop anybody, to stop any movement that dares to come after the state's power. So staying consistent, staying principled, staying in solidarity. I really believe that we have to remember those things, right? Staying focused.
For running this war for so long with so little justification, legitimacy, or purpose.
Well, Gideon, if you could talk about your latest column, Israel's military leaders are not only obeying orders, they could have stopped the Gaza massacre. If you could elaborate on what you say in the piece.
Sure. There is a tendency, mainly among my friends in the Zionist left or in the central left of Israel, to put everything on the shoulders of the government, which is right to do, but to give some immunity to the army, as if the army is still the old holy cow of Israel.
And I think another thing, too, is like the number of people who automatically assumed that the male diplomat who was murdered was Jewish because of his capacity in being an Israeli diplomat, of being a Zionist. I think that is also an example of how so much has been put into conflating Zionism with Judaism. So, like, there are a lot of people in media, in politics, etc., who just blindly posted about 2 Jewish people being gunned down, not bothering to fact check for 1 second and verify that one of them was actually a German Christian guy who, because of his Christianity, is a Zionist. And as we know, there are more Christian Zionists in the world than there are Jewish Zionists. And so he is not Jewish. He was not Jewish, but because of assuming that anybody who is supporting Israel and that, any Jewish person would support Israel. Because of that, there was the assumption immediately that both of these people had to be Jewish.
I cannot accept it because finally the children, almost 1,000 babies, can you imagine yourself, almost 1,000 babies in 19 months, not to speak about the 17,000 children. They were killed by soldiers. They were killed by pilots. They were killed by people who have to take accountability for this. Yes, the government decides about the policy, and the government should be blamed for such a policy. But by the end of the day, we cannot say it's only the government, because the army did it. There are almost no refuseniks in this war, which is quite surprising. There are some, but very few, and for sure not public ones. And all the others are committing a criminal policy, a policy with a black flag on it, a policy which is very clear does not meet any of the articles of the international law. And therefore, to say we don't attack the army, we don't criticize the army, it's only the government, is really doing our life too easy. Yes, the army is very popular in Israel. We have to break this military.
Yes. Talia, thank you for the 16 months. There's a difference between violence in the name of liberation or self-defense and violence in the name of trying to make a poorly made message. Yeah, I mean, lone wolf acts of violence in this regard are ultimately thoughtless. They are not good. And I think it's bad to say otherwise. It's like recognizing personal grievances with Israel and recognizing the reality that a lot of people are rightfully angry at what Israel's been doing. Yes, of course, but not giving the thumbs up to like acts of violence as such. Skywalker, thank you for the prime. The over 50,000 Palestinian people who have been murdered by Israel are not afforded the same humanity and dignity. They're not viewed as people with families, communities, dreams, and especially futures. They're viewed as numbers. It's why a lot of Palestinian people will say online, I'm more than just a number. Like, please, they'll post things about themselves so that they, in an effort to humanize themselves and say, I don't want to just be a number. I'm not just a number. I wish it did not happen, but I truly despise how it highlights this asymmetry of coverage yet again. Yes, and I think it's absolutely important and very fair. And no, we have not yet. I think it's important to keep pointing out the hypocrisy within the media, to keep pointing out that asymmetry and how the media is complicit in laundering the crimes of the United States and the crimes of Israel. Like, keep calling their asses out, okay?
Terrorism once and for all, and say, yes, the government is to be blamed, but so does the army. Everyone who took part in this bloodbath should be taken accountable.
And unfortunately, this is going to be, I fear that this is going to be a repeat of what that discourse never ended, but any attempt to say something like violence begets violence, any attempt to contextualize why something is happening, it is going to be taken so cynically and wielded in such an awful way to paint every supporter of Palestine and every critic of Israel and any person who is trying to explain how violent conditions lead to violence, to paint them all as terrorists, as anti-Semites. I mean, this has been happening, though. As I said, it's been going on for 19 months. So do not let this stop you in your advocacy. Do not think that, oh, well, now they're going to do this. They have been doing this. They have already taken every opportunity to smear critics of Israel and critics of the United States as well, to smear them as terrorists, as anti-Semites. This is the latest in that line. Like, here's this psychopath. GOP lawmaker makes chilling threat. Randy Fine. Yeah. Anytime he opens his mouth, the craziest fucking shit comes out of it. So this was him on Fox News.
The fact of the matter is the Palestinian cause is an evil one.
Yeah, and Congressman, there is a ceasefire deal on the
just straight up said the Palestinian cause is an evil one. And remember, the Palestinian cause is a cause that advocates for the liberation of Palestinians from the oppression that they have had to endure for decades. It is a call for an end to a system of apartheid that racially discriminates against Palestinians. It is a call for an end to illegal military occupation in areas like the West Bank that dictates their lives still, takes their homes, that continues to take their land from them. It is an end to the genocide. So that's the Palestinian cause. Remember.
Table right now that the White House is hoping both Israel and Hamas will sign on to. Does this shooting change anything when it comes to the course of the war or the negotiations to end it?
Well, I think it speaks to the importance of the only end of the conflict is complete and total surrender by those who support Muslim terror. In World War II, we did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender.
Yeah, you know what? That's the solution here. Just nuke anybody nuke all of Palestine, nuke anybody supporting Palestine. That's the way. That's very normal. That is a very normal thing to say. I don't know, Randy. It seems like you might be the literal fucking definition of evil. This man does not blink. He does not blink as he says like the craziest fucking thing. As just demonic shit comes out of his mouth.
That needs to be the same here. There is something deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, and it needs to be defeated.
Yeah. So again, this is a person who is not suddenly saying this because of what happened last night. This is not a guy who's suddenly like, you know what? I've had enough. Okay. I was supporting it up until. No way. Randy Fine has been saying crazy shit for a long time. People like him use moments like now to just, I mean, he's already gone mask off, so there's really not a further of masking off, but he will use this as an excuse to call for the annihilation of Palestine. So again, I just say right now, stay focused, stay principled, stay consistent, and remember that these psychopaths have been trying to do everything they can to destroy the cause. So don't let them. Don't take last night and go, oh my God, it's over. Like, what is this going to do to the movement? Have you not been paying attention to what's been going on prior to last night of how people like Randy Fine have been wanting to treat anybody who's critical of Trump and Israel and etc.? So please do not lose hope in this moment. Please do not resort to nihilism, okay? Do not look at things and go, yeah, this is just what we got to do. Okay. We just got to fucking murder random diplomats. And that's all we can do now. That's it. That is a nihilistic mindset. And it is one that you should not be succumbing to. Okay. It's bad. Yeah. All right. Let me look at Lolo's statement here. Israel makes the world an unsafe place for Jewish people, not simply because of their decades of countless war crimes and crimes against humanity, but because Zionism itself is aimed to conflate Jewishness with a fascist ethno-state. Yeah. Yes. It may be the case these people were actively trying to find a solution for peace, which is very sad, but it's just like the indiscriminate killing in Gaza, where 80% of fatalities since March, as reported by the IDF itself, are civilian. This is an inevitable result of mass violence. I will not stand here and say nothing when every media outlet and politician calls this anti-Semitic and tries to distract from the very serious and underlying reality here. Shame on you. Hey, Caroline, would you be open to going on Noah's fundraiser stream tomorrow? It depends on the time. Hold on a second. Bro, my everything is just cooked. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just looking at something right now. I thought he already did a fundraising. How long is the fundraising stream going till? Do we know? Just because my sisters are coming here tonight, so I don't know what. It goes till tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow would be the last day to try and raise money. Okay, I gotta look at. Maybe I can pop on, because I was planning to stream tomorrow morning, so maybe I can pop on either during stream or right afterwards. You should message him. Okay. I reached out to someone who is a moderator, I think, for him, so I will talk to them about it. There appears to be a fundamental misunderstanding in how the U.S. interprets criticism of Israel's actions against Palestinians. It often equates such criticism with opposition to U.S. foreign policy, treating dissent as hostility and using it to justify detention or deportation. As a result, the U.S. has conflated criticism of a foreign government with criticism of its own. Right, like that. They have been stating it out loud. They have made no attempts to disguise their plan of, if you criticize Trump, if you criticize the U.S.'s involvement with Israel, you are being anti-Semitic. Okay, you are being a terrorist. You're being anti-American. If you same excuses for like any criticism of Israel. So it is very frustrating because we know what they're trying to do when they align Israel with all Jews in this world. This is something that is not new. This has been a part of the propaganda playbook for a long time. And we can say over and over and over again how it is false. Like, it is a false conflation. It is in and of itself anti-Semitic. It is like, do people still buy this crap? Yes, they do. Yes. And I wish people who genuinely care about anti-Semitism understand why it is anti-Semitic to monolith all Jewish people and align them with the actions of Israel. Because there are people who say that they care about anti-Semitism. No, they fucking don't. All right. They only care about Israel being allowed to to be unchecked. Okay. They only care about Israel retaining its power, and that's it. That's all. But for people who are against all forms of bigotry, who are like, no, I don't like anti-Semitism, I don't like Islamophobia, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the people that it is very important that they understand how it is anti-Semitic to conflate Zionism, to conflate the actions of Israel with that of all Jewish people in this world. And we have seen instances of Jewish people being targeted because they are being associated with what Israel is doing. I have noted that many people who use the term anti-Semitism hardly ever know what it implies. Watch them learn that Palestinians are Semitic people. Right. Their definition of anti-Semitism is being warped depending on the media that they consume, right? Depending on how they have been propagandized. There are a lot of people who straight up think like, oh, if you say anything bad about Israel, then you're being anti-Semitic. And that's the point, is because Israel doesn't want anybody criticizing them. So that's why they make that conflation. And that's why they use the mainstream media and use the U.S. political class to make sure that cover remains. The state's response to this will not be pretty, but this movement has faced struggles like this for 77 plus years. It's just the latest. The crackdown will be brutal, but we continue. Yeah, the last thing I will say as a final reminder that this will be used as another excuse by supporters of Israel to enact punitive measures on anybody who supports Palestine. But to be clear, they have already been trying to do that, and in multiple instances succeeded at punishing critics of Israel. So please do not let this derail your individual involvement. Please do not feed into the notion that like, oh, the movement is cooked. The movement is separate. It's a strategy that relies on people of good intentions but are uninformed about the issues at hand. It relies on people's default level of ignorance. Yes, and it's very impactful. It is. Positive 2F, thank you for the 22 months. Kitsy Cat, thank you for the 6 months. Okay, alrighty. Did you see? I've just been logged out of Twitter. Like, what is happening with this website? Holy shit. Sorry, y'all who are linking me things. This website is awful. It's just horrible. Did you see his neighbor speaking? I did not. Maybe if this
we
works.
have 50,000 dead in Gaza, and how many children starved to death last night? In 1956, Israel invaded Sinai. They invaded Gaza. The United States president at the time, Dwight Eisenhower, put his foot down, and he told the French and the British, get the heck out of the Suez Canal, and he told Israel to get the heck out of Sinai and out of Gaza. Now, where would we be today if we had a president that could have said that 2 years ago?
I love how the what is this, Chicago's local Fox, I love how they went, ooh, Elias Rodriguez's neighbor, and I'm sure they asked him like, What are your thoughts on Rodriguez? You know, you've lived next to him. We want to know about him. And I love that he ignored what they want and is like, I'm going to lay this all out for you.
Excuse me, can you describe again the Elias personality?
Yes, they just said, excuse me, can you describe again Elias's personality? They're like, hi, actually, we're not interested in anything that you have to say. We're not interested in any of like the history here. We just want to know what Elias's personality was. Like, this is why we're talking to you.
Quiet and friendly. Quiet and friendly. Yeah.
What's your age, if you don't mind us asking?
71. Yeah. I'm the guy with all the signs in the window.
What do you hope happens next?
Ceasefire. No more deaths. No more deaths in D.C. No more deaths in Gaza.
What about with your neighbor?
Like, if you are not using this moment now to reaffirm the calls to end the bloodshed, end the genocide, end the violence, be like this man in his Bernie hat, where he's like, where they're like, what do you think should happen next? Like, what do you want to happen next? He's like, what should happen is what should have happened already. Ceasefire, freeing of Palestine, ending the violence. Stop all of this. No more deaths.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He literally said no more deaths in DC and no more deaths in Gaza. And the one reporter's like, but can you tell us some more inside scoop? What's the tea, sir?
If you could say something to him right now, what would you want to communicate to him? What would you have said if you, like you said earlier, could have talked to him?
Oh, I would have repeated what I've already said. Guns and bombs are not going to end this genocide.
John, can you tell us whose apartment is that right there with the Rosanna Rodriguez signs?
Mine.
Okay.
Pretty good?
Period.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
They're like, okay, sir, you know what? We're just going to move on. We're just going to move on because you're not really giving us what we're looking for here. But thank you so much for your time. Yeah, the media wanted the classic neighbor testimony about the perpetrator's mental health history. Yes, they want to sensationalize this. They want to make this all about the individual shooter. They want the tea. They're like, sir, you live next door. Could you have predicted that this ever would have happened? They want it to be like a true crime documentary. And instead, the neighbor like stated repeatedly that violence is not the way and called upon Trump to do what should have been done a long time ago and end the bloodshed and the violence and the genocide. You know, he brought attention to the Palestinians who are starving and being bombed as we speak, as all this is happening. I think he did a great job. Yeah, no, that guy's a Chad. Look at his wrinkled Bernie hat. He has better media training than anyone. Yes. And so, look, those are my thoughts. That's my take on the situation is pretty much what the old guy in the Bernie hat said. And I think right now, please don't be a distraction. Please don't go, this is my moment to be the edgiest edgelord. Like, stay focused, stay principled, remember what is important here. Remember, sorry to sound so cheesy, but it's like, remember the cause and what we are fighting for. The anger, the anger is very real and it's very understandable. But staying the course. Staying the course. And anyway, okay, so okay. Okay. What time is it? 7 o'clock. All right, let's get to covering the next thing that we got here, which is updates to. Okay. Did he try? Get Cudi on the witness stand. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cover Meg first because DreamCon put out a statement. So let's take a look at that. What the heck is this? Woman shot at CIA headquarters after crashing into gate. What? What? Somebody who maybe was intoxicated crashed onto the CIA property in Langley, Virginia. And then they shot her? Wait a sec. She's being treated for gunshot wounds. What the hell? A woman was shot and wounded at CIA headquarters after crashing into a gate. I like how they don't ask questions. They're just like, oh, no, that's when I started blasting. Bro, today's been wild as fuck. I mean, it kind of feels like that a lot lately. There's just always a lot of news going on, where there's always the big stories, and then there's these ones that slip through the cracks where you're like, I'm sorry, what the hell is this? What? They do not fuck around at checkpoints. Certainly not. Let me just say, please don't drive drunk, okay? If that was the case, that this woman was drunk, but please don't drive drunk. But especially if you are driving drunk, do not fucking crash into the CIA headquarters, because they will gun you down. They will. Luckily, their aim was, I guess, not that great today, because unless they were intentionally just trying to wound her. But yeah, if you're crashing into a spot, okay, if you're crashing into a place, which I do not recommend, I am not condoning this, but absolutely do not crash into the CIA headquarters, okay? Don't do it. Dan Denny, thank you for the 3 months. Analog, thank you for the 7 months. Ecto, thank you for the 6. Should I forget anybody here? What if I get white girl wasted? No, don't. When you get white girl wasted, you should just okay, here's good white girl wasted. Doing karaoke and singing the Spice Girls. Bad white girl wasted, driving drunk, and crashing into the CIA headquarters. Okay? Just like driving drunk in general, don't fucking do it. All right? People who drive drunk are losers. I'm going to say it. I will absolutely shame. Do not drive drunk. Please. All right? Okay. I love how you structured that like good idea, bad idea. Yeah. It's like, if you're gonna get white girl wasted, please do this thing. Please do this thing. Okay, let's talk about what is happening with Meg Thee Stallion. So, DreamCon had to issue an apology after seemingly supporting Tory Lanez. So, if you haven't been paying attention and you're like, why are people talking about Meg Thee Stallion? Why are people talking about Tory Lanez? What's up with these celebrities supporting Tory? Well, that's because this has been going on. All right. For as long as Meg has been a victim of Tory shooting her in the foot. She has also been a victim of a harassment campaign, of people calling her a liar, a gold digger, etc. Even after Tory Lanez was found guilty in a court of law, it has not stopped. And so the recent thing that happened was that without evidence, this was unfounded, someone who was a member of Tory Lanez legal team claimed that there was new evidence to exonerate him. That in fact, Tory Lanez did not shoot Meg Thee Stallion. So before they said Meg did not get shot, but now it's Meg got shot, but it wasn't Tory Lanez. And you even had Congress people, like what's her name? Who's that fucking bitch? Florida Republican Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who is calling upon Lanez to be pardoned and saying that that there's evidence. And that evidence was going to be released within, I think they said 48 hours. I have not seen said evidence that was allegedly bombshell evidence that was going to be released, and yet it hasn't been released. Isn't that funny? So, anywho, okay. Meg puts out a statement. At what point are y'all going to stop making me have to relive being shot by Tory? At what point are Tory and y'all fans going to stop lying? Like, how much is the check to keep harassing me? Why is this happening every day? 1 minute, y'all said I was never shot. Now y'all letting him play in y'all face again and say I was shot, but that it wasn't him. Oh, okay. I'm sick of this shit. Leave me the fuck alone. He ain't dare get on that stand and deny he shot me, and that was his choice because he knows he did that shit. I don't give a fuck about a blog or a bot. Why in the fuck would me, Megan Thee Stallion, have to lie on this motherfucker about shooting me? How y'all mad at the person that got shot? Exactly. How are y'all mad at the person that got shot? Well, we know the answer to that. Facts are facts. He did it. It was proven in court. Fuck the hate campaign on the internet. Tory, you shot me. Ain't no new fucking evidence. Y'all been saying the same shit for years. Tory, please leave me alone. You a fucking demon. That is the truth. I am off this silly ass internet shit. Bye. Okay. So Megan puts out this statement because there's all this bullshit flying around the internet that there's newly unearthed testimony and evidence to prove Tory Lanez innocence. No, there is not. He did it. Sorry, spoiler, he did it. And then DreamCon, apparently DreamCon had been liking a few pro Tory Lanez comments, and Meg is scheduled to speak at DreamCon. Like she is a big part of the convention that is coming up. So a lot of people were like, what the fuck, DreamCon? Why are you liking comments that are pro Tory Lanez? The fuck? Marco, okay, listen to me. Even though we have moved on past that, how dare you say fuck this community? That is vile of you. That is vile of you. You were not listening to what we were saying. And if you're going to turn on this community in the name of free Palestine, then I'm sorry, but fuck you. Fuck you. You are also being timed out because if you are causing issues in chat because you are derailing, because you are fighting with chatters, because we have moved on, etc., or because you're doing something or saying something that you will get banned by Twitch for, then a lot of times the mods are timing you out for your own good, but you look at them as the enemy. And it's very disappointing that you are a member of this community and you are looking at this community as the enemy. Acting as if the mods are silencing you because they are your enemy, rather than the mods have to be very careful with what is put into chat. And a lot of times they will have to delete comments for chatter's own good. So you acting like you're being fucking silenced, stop it. Grow up. truly grow up. And if you don't want to come back, no one is stopping you. But how dare you say, fuck this community? How dare you act like this community has not advocated for a free Palestine for months? That there are people in here who are Palestinian. There are a lot of people in here who are Palestinian, who are anti-Zionist Jewish people. Okay, this community is not one that is your enemy. And if that is what your belief is, you have to reevaluate things. Chatter fucked up and poked the mama bear. I'm so serious, though. I am so serious. Anybody who is of the Free Palestine cause coming after this community, I will tell you to see yourself out the door. If that is your attitude, if you do not see the solidarity in this community, and if you do not understand, and let me be so fucking clear for a moment here. If you do not understand that you can feel something and your anger can be righteous and justified, but there are certain things that you should not be saying online, especially in this moment, okay? The mods are not your enemy. This community is not your enemy. Okay. Suffering Soul, thank you for the 23 months. Is one of the few Palestinian chatters here. This last place I would consider my enemy. Tis exhausting. Tis exhausting. I don't know. I mean, again, like, this is why I said over and over again, stay focused. You are not the main character here. Stay focused. Remember what is important here. Stay principled. Okay? If you are turning on other advocates for a free Palestine, because in this moment you are seeking an enemy and that is who you have landed on, then you are being a distraction. Then you are main charactering yourself. This is not about you. This is not about us as individuals. This is about bringing peace and freedom to the people of Palestine. This is about remembering what the movement is all about and who it is for. It's about it is about the broader struggle. Y'all think I'm saying everything in mind in Twitch chat? Straight up. I mean, seriously, you should be thanking the mods. You should be thanking the mods for making sure that this community stays safe. Okay? That we keep things moving along. Some of y'all are children. You act like children. You act like petulant children, and you should be grateful that we have a moderation team that obviously believes in the things I believe in. That's why they're here, and believes in the things that this community believes in, but also know how to behave like adults. Mod said I smell like boiled tools. Well, you know, what does that even mean? Also getting so worked up for a timeout. And like I said, I understand the anger that we have. Okay, I'm angry all the time too. But it's not about me. It's not about you. This is not about us as individuals. Okay? And I think that being careful with the things that you say while still advocating for a free Palestine, that is key. Being principled does not mean that you are cowered into silence. And I think a lot of people don't understand the difference. You know, you really fucked up when you don't get Caroline Hughes' baby voice mad, but actually mad. It did make me mad. It made me very mad. But again, I recognize that chatter, that chatter is not the enemy. Okay. So I am mad, one, because of what they dared to say about this community and the mods in this community. And two, because I'm trying to reel them back in and remind them that I'm not mad at them because I think that they are my enemy. I am mad at them because they are treating this community like they are the ops, like they are the enemy. That's why I got mad. A call in versus a call out. I mean, yeah, it was also a call out. It was also a call out. Do not speak on this community that way. But it's also a reminder that it's like, I'm getting mad at you, not because I think that you are the enemy, but because of the way you are treating this community as such. So, anywho, that is what I have to say on that. Okay. Criminy. So we were talking about Meg. We were talking about Meg Thee Stallion. Let's take a look at DreamCon's official statement, their apology. We love and support Megan Thee Stallion. Do you? We're deeply sorry for the recent activity on our social media platforms that involve liking and engaging with negative comments directed at her. We recognize that our actions contributed to a negative online environment, and we take full responsibility as we work towards fostering a more positive and respectful space. It does not reflect DreamCon's views, values, nor support for Megan, and we're committed to creating a safe, respectful, and inclusive environment for our entire community. My question is, was this just like some rogue intern, some social media intern who is a fan of Tory Lanez? And they were the ones, maybe they forgot that they were liking stuff on DreamCon's official account. Megan is not only a powerhouse in music and culture, but also a symbol of resilience and empowerment for so many around the world. We stand with her. Moving forward, we are implementing stricter oversight for our social media team. Yeah, that's exactly what this was. For a social media team to uphold the standards of respect that everyone in our community deserves and to ensure that this never happens again. They're like, that intern got fired. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, also Inkfrog, thank you for your kind statement. Appreciate ya. Yes, this was a big fuck up on the part of whoever's been operating DreamCon's social media. So anyway, I don't think Meg said anything about that, but today her legal team dropped this PowerPoint. They dropped this PowerPoint because enough is enough, right? You have a number of major celebrities, but also they're all like losers, okay? If you're on the same side as Drake and Kanye, do you think you're on the right side? Do you think so? I will say though, additionally, artists who kind of previously were in solidarity with Meg have been quiet this last week. have not been saying anything except for SZA. I want to point out, here she is. SZA's comment on the Luncheon Lawyer's Instagram here, where she said the density, I'm actually so shocked at the amount of people fully comfortable bullying a woman that's proven to be a victim of assault, like out loud where other people can see you. LMAO, you finna be stupid out loud. SZA is always in the Instagram comments. That's true. But yeah, we haven't really seen that many big artists coming out to counter the petition that's making the rounds. So that's what's happening, is there is a petition making the rounds to free Tory Lanez. And you've had like Trippie Redd, Kanye, Drake, a lot of these artists who have been sharing this on social media, who have been saying free Tory. Chris Brown, who said free Tory and then was arrested literally 12 hours later. You know, you got like the Avengers of abuser, the abuser Avengers who are posting free Tory. Great company to be in. Exactly. Yeah, the company you keep. And we're not really seeing that in terms of support for Meg. So my question is, hey, what's going on here? Why is SZA one of the few people who is correctly identifying what bullshit this is? And she's like, you're being stupid out loud? Really? Okay. All right, I see you. You're literally being stupid on Maine. Sure, let's go.
You need to be telling the court.
I'm turning to the bathroom.
Tell the court. You discovered new evidence, and your first thought was to do a press conference? There's nothing I can do for you. I'm the general public. You need to be talking to the government. You want him released, but his lawyers haven't filed anything? That's not how any of this works. Your client got stabbed multiple times, and you're saying, oh, I have new evidence that proves he's innocent. That sounds like extremely relevant information. And y'all keep saying, I can't believe Megan pressed charges. I can't believe Megan pressed charges. She didn't. He was prosecuted by the state of California. He was put in custody by the state of California. He was convicted and jailed by the state of California and the jurors in the state of California. Megan Thee Stallion was a witness. She's not the DA, not the judge, not the jury. Regular people cannot prosecute cases. Only the government can do that.
What is this? This is Luncheon Lawyer. I actually just discovered her recently.
You say, oh, well, I didn't think he was guilty. Okay, but the jurors did. All of them. Do you know how many times I disagree with court rulings? All the time. But you have to fix that in court, not on the internet. Oh, Tory Lanez is innocent. Tory Lanez is innocent. There's new evidence. Okay, so why are you telling me? You need to be telling the court. Tell the court. You discovered new evidence, and your first thought was to do a press conference? There's nothing I can do for you. I'm the general public. You need to be talking to the government. You want him released?
Okay, anyway, let's look at the PowerPoint that was released. Okay, as a reminder that Tory Lanez is not innocent. There is no freeing Tory Lanez because of this secret bombshell evidence that they keep being like, we're about to drop it, and then it's again. Where? Okay, so overwhelming evidence of Mr. Peterson's guilt. On July 12th, 2020, just hours after violently shooting Megan Pete, aka Megan Thee Stallion, and yes, Sam texted me that on our recent episode of Let Me Know, apparently I said Megan the Trainer, because we were talking about both Megan Trainor and Meg Thee Stallion, and remember, I am brain dead. So, yes, I apparently did say Megan the Trainer and didn't even realize it. That's how it goes. All right. Daystar Peterson, aka Tory Lanez, called Kelsey Harris from jail and admitted to shooting Pete. So Kelsey Harris is who people are now trying to claim is actually the one who shot Meg. So before they were like, no one shot Meg. She's lying. And now they're saying actually it was Kelsey Harris who shot Meg. The following text is from the recorded jail cell. I know she, referring to Megan, probably never ever gonna talk to me ever again, Lane said, but I just want you to know, bruh, I was just so fucking drunk. I ain't even know what the fuck was going on, bruh, like dead ass. I'd never do some shit like that. I was just so fucking drunk. I just didn't understand what the fuck was going on, bruh. Regardless, it's not gonna make anything right, and that's not going to make my actions right. Later that evening, on July 12th, 2020, Peterson texted Pete, that's again Meg the Stallion, apologizing for shooting her. He wrote, Meg, I know you're probably never going to talk to me again, but I genuinely want you to know I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart, and I was just too drunk. Nonetheless, shit should never have happened and can't change what did. I just feel horrible. And remember, Meg is not the one who brought charges against Tory. It was the state of California. So this whole Meg went on a witch hunt against Tory Lanez. Remember that this was the state of California. And for a while, Meg did not say anything because she was protecting Tory Lanez. Okay, Harris repeatedly confirmed that Peterson shot Pete. Minutes after the shooting, Harris texted Pete's security guard, help, Tory shot Meg and handled me. 911. On September 14th, 2022, Harris, in the presence of her attorney and husband, participated in a recorded interview with prosecutors and an investigator. Harris admitted to prosecutors that she witnessed Peterson shooting the gun, definitely in Miss Pete's direction. Harris confirmed that Peterson offered her and Pete $1 million to stay silent. Peterson attempted to bribe Pete and Harris immediately after the shooting. Peterson begged Pete and Harris to keep quiet, offering each a bribe of $1 million. Here is Megan's testimony at trial. Question, so what is Tory saying to you? Answer, I don't remember anything he was saying to me in that moment, but when we got into the car and we heard the police sirens, now he's saying, please don't say anything. I'll give y'all $1 million. I can't go to jail. I already got caught with a gun before. Don't tell on me. Did he offer $1 million so that you wouldn't say anything about this case? He mentioned the $1 million. This was Harris's testimony. Okay, Meg speaks out. Pete told police that she stepped on glass because she wanted to de-escalate the situation and prevent the police from using force against Peterson. Because Meg, as a black woman, is well aware of how the criminal justice system treats black people. So initially, she wanted to protect Tory because of her overarching fears of how the police and the criminal justice system at large treat black people in this country. All right. Pete's testimony at trial. The police started asking questions. And did you tell them you were shot? No. What did you tell them? That I stepped on glass. Why did you say that? At the time, we were at the height of police brutality and the situation with George Floyd. And I felt like if I said that this man just shot me, and I know they came because they had to have heard gunshots. I don't know if they're going to shoot first and ask questions later. I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to die. I didn't feel safe. I don't feel safe in the car. I know I just got shot, but I don't feel safe with the police officers either. Idiots are still trying to use the glass story because they think a doctor can't tell the difference between glass and lead. I know. All right. Tory's lies compelled Meg to speak out. Meg realized she could no longer remain silent when Peterson began to spread lies about the shooting. She publicly announced that her injuries were from gunshots fired by Peterson. Remember that when she posted this? She posted this on Instagram. During trial, Pete testified under oath that Peterson shot her. Did you see Tory firing the shots? Did you see him holding the gun? I saw him holding the gun. And when did you hear the shots? Immediately after he said, dance, bitch. And did you actually see him fire the shots as well? He had the gun in his hand. He told me to dance, bitch. And then I heard the shots. The evolution of Peterson's lies. His story has evolved over the years. First, he said that Meg was never shot, but stepped on broken glass. And then at the trial, his lawyers argued that actually Harris, not Tory, was the shooter. And then the third lie, Peterson claimed the LAPD lost or misplaced the firearm and bullet fragments. So the story kept on changing. Dr. Lee Haruno of Cedars-Sinai Orthopedic Surgery Department testified that surgery was necessary to remove bullet fragments from Miss Pete's foot. She literally had bullet fragments in her foot, and a medical professional testified that surgery was required to remove said bullet fragments. Okay. Second lie is that Harris shot Pete. At trial, Peterson's counsel argued that Harris, not Peterson, was the shooter. And this is what they're trying to say again. This is what they're trying to bring back up and claim that they have bombshell testimony, evidence, etc. On September 25th, 2020, Peterson admitted himself publicly that Harris did not shoot Pete. Somebody wrote on Instagram, people saying Kelsey shot her, and Tory Lanez wrote, that's not true. Harris's DNA was not on the gun. DNA evidence shows that DNA from the gun came from a man, not a woman. Peterson's DNA could not be excluded from the gun. He had his own DNA expert testify at trial. Both prosecution and defense DNA experts reached the same conclusion that Peterson could neither be included nor excluded as a contributor to the DNA found on the weapon. A semi-automatic firearm was recovered directly under Peterson's seat. The weapon was still warm to touch and in slide lock position. All rounds had been fired. Spent cartridge cases from the scene matched to this handgun. Gunshot residue was detected on Peterson's hands. Okay, so here's the testimony. A gun found under Peterson's seat, right where the defendant was sitting, right where he was sitting, still warm. There was not a single piece of evidence from anybody in this trial to suggest that Kelsey was ever in the front seat of that car ever at any point. Why is the gun there if Kelsey's the shooter? It's right at the defendant's feet, right where you would expect it to be because he's the one that did the shooting. Okay, third lie, the LAPD lost or misplaced the gun and bullet fragments. The truth is that the firearm magazine, bullet casings, and bullet fragments remain in the LAPD custody. So that was just straight up a lie. Unsworn rumors being spread as fact. Bradley James, allegedly a former bodyguard of Harris, claims overhearing Harris admit to shooting the firearm. But James was not an eyewitness to the shooting. He was not present at the scene of the crime. James has never provided sworn testimony or been subject to cross-examination. James has not publicly addressed these claims himself. Peterson's team merely alleges what James said. Despite being cited as a key source, James failed to appear at the press conference to support these allegations. So here's the thing, okay? I am sure that the bombshell testimony / evidence that has been teased out, that supposedly it was going to drop, we have no idea where it is, this invisible, mysterious evidence, I am sure it is this, which was brought up at the trial and was dismissed. Sworn testimony supports Pete, aka Mike the Stallion. Okay, Noir King, who's a former content moderator for blogger Milagro Cooper, testified under oath that Peterson admitted to Cooper that Pete was shot when a gun went off during a struggle. Peterson publicly claimed that Pete merely stepped on glass, directly contradicting his own private admission, a fabrication that was subsequently amplified by his social media surrogates, including Cooper. Peterson declined to call Jaquan Smith, his bodyguard and driver, as a witness, although Smith was available and present at court. Smith spoke to the judge in chambers. Smith's declaration came only after trial. Smith has never been subject to cross-examination. Right. So Tory chose not to call a key witness at trial. Independent witness testified that he saw the short guy shot the girl, who then fell onto the middle of the road and was bleeding. Confirmed shooter, quote, had his arms outstretched, fired 4 or 5 shots, and had something in his hand with the noise and the flashes. This is Sean Kelly, who is an independent witness at trial. Not the short guy shot the short guy. Oh my God. The short guy shot the girl. Okay, it's all right. Peterson's team has recently claimed that they have obtained ring footage that supposedly exonerates Peterson. Not so. Ring audio is not new. It was admitted into evidence at trial as trial exhibit number 12 and was considered by the jury. I feel like they are just trying to count on people not actually having followed the trial and going, we have all this evidence. Well, guess what? This was evidence that was introduced at trial and it was fucking dismissed, okay? It did not exonerate Tory. So I'm sure that this is just the same evidence that they have, that they've had, and they're trying to act as if it's new new bombshell evidence that's going to exonerate him, when in fact it will not. What's wild is he obviously immediately felt remorse or regret, and whether or not that was out of fear. If society wasn't so misogynistic, it might have ended just between them, since Meg didn't want to press charges originally, but because he and his team considered his reputation and career ahead of Meg's well-being, they decided to wield public misogyny to further harm her. Yes, this is also like in the situation between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. Blake Lively, as a reminder, did not file a lawsuit because of her allegations of sexual harassment and inappropriate behavior on set. The reason that a lawsuit was filed was because of the smear campaign that the suit alleges was conducted by Justin Baldoni, Jamie Heath, and the very fancy PR team that was employed to try and get ahead of Justin Baldoni's fears that there was a possibility that this could get out, that the HR meeting that happened could be leaked, that he would look bad, that people would put two and two together as to why the cast was not doing PR with Justin. And so in order to get ahead of it, they did what they did. But you're right, is that had Tory and his team not slandered Meg online, not tried to control the narrative so that they came out on top, then it is quite possible, it is very possible that he never would have ended up in prison. Peterson could have testified but did not. Yeah, you want the link to the PowerPoint? Here you go. Peterson had the opportunity to testify at trial and tell his side of the story. He did not. So here are unsworn rumors versus sworn testimony. Unsworn rumors: Daystar Peterson, Milagro Cooper, Bradley James, inconsistent with evidence, never testified, did not swear under penalty of perjury to tell truth. Sworn testimony was from Megan Pete, Dr. Lee Haruno, Detective Jody Little, Randy Zapita, an LAPD criminalist, Srinivasan Rathanam, an LAFD firearms examiner, and Amiel Holland Briggs, consistent with evidence, has testified, has sworn under penalty of perjury to tell the truth. So, make no mistake that those who are continuing to support Tory Lanez, who are continuing to harass Meg, call her a liar, a gold digger, etc., are doing so from a place of misogynoir. Okay? That's what this is. Someone like Anna Paulina Luna getting involved here, she is doing that because she is, one, a person who has no problem painting black women as the enemy, and two, because of the continued Republican outreach to black men. So more black men shifted and voted for Trump than did black women. Black women are one of the most consistent backbones of the Democratic Party. So absolutely there's political reason here for someone like Anna Paulina Luna to come out in support of Tory Lanez and call upon him to be pardoned. And she said his 10-year sentence was based on flawed evidence, political pressure, and prosecutorial bias. And girlies, please take seriously if people near you defend Tory while he's in prison. The people defending him are close and often partners, friends, etc. Yeah, again, just look at who's supporting him. Okay, Chris Brown. Oh, what a stand-up guy. Drake, a real winner. Kanye West, what an angel. What an angel. And now Halle Bailey is facing the same thing. Yes. Yes. Like, this is, we are seeing similar themes pop up in these cases that, and well, not just Kate. I mean, of course, Sean Combs is literally on trial right now, but there are, I was seeing shit. I was seeing the grossest shit that was so disgusting towards Cassie. And it's like, man, people, there are no limits. There are no limits to people's defense of abusive men. Truly. There are people out here defending P. Diddy. And remember, y'all, P. Diddy's team is not claiming that he wasn't an abuser. In fact, because of the video in the hotel, they knew that they were going to have to admit to him being a domestic abuser. So the strategy that they are employing is to say, okay, Sean Combs, yes, he was a domestic abuser. Okay. He did drugs. He was sexually proclivious, but he did not do any of these things that he has been charged of. He did not sex traffic anyone. He did not force anyone against their consent to perform any sexual activities. So no, he is not a perfect man, but he is not this person. And so it's crazy that, like, bottom line, whatever you think here, and my God, I hope you are not of the thought that Sean Combs is innocent, but bottom line is that no one is denying him being a domestic abuser. The difference here, the prosecution saying that he engaged in, he is guilty of racketeering, of sex trafficking, crossing borders, etc. And the defense is saying, no, he's not. He's just a domestic abuser. But there are still people who are defending him, who are saying that Cassie Ventura was not abused by him. And it's like, holy shit. His own team is admitting to him being a domestic abuser because they had no other choice. Because they knew that they at least had to admit that. So they're like, okay, the strategy is we admit to this because he is literally on video assaulting her. Yes, he is literally on video assaulting her. Because it is objectively true. But man, that is the state of where we are at, is that even when something is objectively true, we're not talking about allegations, we're talking about objective fact that the defendant's team has admitted to. There are still people who will say, no, this woman, she's a liar. If she was abused, then why didn't she leave? Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Pomi, thank you for the 7 months. All right, so this is getting into Kid Cudi's testimony from today. This is day 9 of Sean Combs' trial.
Hi, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. Week 2 of testimony in the trial against hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs wrapping up today with witnesses, including the general manager of a luxury Beverly Hills hotel on the stand. The jury also hearing from rapper Kid Cudi today. He testified about a break-in at his house, at one point comparing Combs to a Marvel supervillain. The rapper, whose real name is Scott Muscudi, also testifying about his car being set on fire, allegedly after Combs found out he was dating Cassie Ventura. Now, prosecutors allege Combs firebombed Muscudi's car, an allegation they could try to weave into the racketeering conspiracy count involving arson. Now, Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Also today, Diddy's former assistant, who was granted immunity, testifying about what he claims he saw happen on a private plane.
Brian Steele's cross-examination was nasty.
Yes,
as I said before I left for EDC, I was like, just know that the cross-examination of Cassie is going to be fucking vile, okay? Because the defense's job is to prove that Cassie was physically She was physically abused, but she was not sexually abused. And so any claims of sexual abuse are false.
The last straw working for Diddy. Coming up, Kid Cudi's message for fans after his big day in court. Plus, it's one of the most searched topics tonight, what people want to know about Kid Cudi's dog. I want to get right to Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky, who has been in the courtroom every day of this trial. Aaron, let's get right into Kid Cudi appearing in court. Paint the picture for us. How did he walk in?
Unlike any other witness that we have seen so far, he's in a leather jacket, white t-shirt, jeans, and smoking a cigarette as he's entering court. And then he takes his position comfortably in the witness box, surveys the room. The jury is interested in this figure because he's a Grammy-winning rapper, and introduced himself as Scott Mescudi. And when asked, are you better known as any other name? And he said, Kid Cudi. And right from the start, you knew this was a unique witness. And he talked about two instances in particular where he said that Sean Combs broke into...
I love that he had to smoke a cigarette before he took the stand, because he's like, this is about to be so intense. Caroline Kwan, you're an amazing person, not a paid chatter, just so you all know.
...his house, and he told the jury about his suspicions that later Sean Combs arranged the firebombing of his car.
Okay, Aaron, give us his vibe. What was he like on the stand? How did the jury react to all of this?
He was pretty casual. If he didn't understand something, he'd look at the lawyer and just go, huh? Or what? And at one point, he let out a big yawn when he's talking about things that, you know, have been talked about.
Why did she say it like she had just drank an entire bottle of Sauvignon Blanc? What was his vibe? What was Kid Cudi like when he was on the stand? What's his vibe?
World for more than a decade, this car fire that Kid Cudi endured in 2012. But it's significant now, Eva, as federal prosecutors try to convince the jury that Sean Combs used arson as part of the criminal enterprise that he was running.
There was a whole scuttlebutt about if he could talk about what happened to his dog. What was that all about?
I know, the
he
drawings.
accuses Sean Combs of breaking into his house after he finds out that he's dating Cassie Ventura. And he says when he got to the house, he found some Christmas gifts open, unwrapped, that he had bought for his family, and his dog locked up in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And he said it made the dog kind of permanently jittery and very much on edge. I think federal prosecutors had wanted to know a little bit about the dog and how the dog responded to the house being broken into. And the judge at one point, because the defense objected, was confused, saying, like, you're going to talk about the trauma inflicted on the dog. And the judge said, well, I know this is a very important topic. He laughed a little bit. And unfortunately, the prosecutor said the dog is no longer with us. But Kid Cudi's clearly a dog lover. He said that he found out from his dog's babysitter, the words he used, that his car was on fire. One early morning phone call that he received from this woman to say that his porch had been torched.
Yeah, and I think she is supposed to testify. Where is Capricorn Clark, the woman who called Mr. Mescudi, who's Kid Cudi, when Combs was allegedly breaking into his home, is supposed to testify when the trial resumes next week. So, anywho, she had reached out to him and was like, I think Sean Combs broke into your house. And he also testified that he got a frantic call from Cassie, who said Combs found out the two were seeing each other. He took her to a hotel for safety and then got a call from a mutual friend who said Combs and another person were inside of his home. And then he testified and said that he called Combs when he was on the way to his house and said, "Are you in my house?" And that Combs allegedly responded and said, "I'm over here waiting for you."
Former makeup artist was also on the stand today. What did she say?
Kai Ozora, thank you for the prime.
Mila Morales said she first met Cassie Ventura, Eva, when she was about 16 years old. She had made her up for various events over the years, but she recalled Grammy Award weekend in 2010. She said they had been out. Prince was having a party. They were out for dinner. They finally get back to the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Yeah, and also this is just a reminder for those who are like, why didn't she leave? If she was really being forced to do all these horrible things against her will, why didn't she leave? Okay, there's a million fucking reasons. Namely, one being what they are showing here, the purpose of having these witnesses is that the prosecution is trying to show what a violent man Sean Combs was. Okay. And that was something that for years, the consensus was that, oh, you don't cross Diddy because he is vengeful, because he has a bad temper, because he can be violent. Like for a long time, that was kind of the understanding of Diddy years prior to him now being on trial.
Mila Morales falls asleep, but she says Cassie Ventura comes in a moment later and almost immediately followed by Sean Combs. And Sean Combs demands, where the F is she? Cassie Ventura had gone into the bedroom. Sean Combs followed her in there. Mila Morales says she heard screaming and a commotion. Sean Combs storms out of the hotel suite. And when Mila Morales next sees Cassie Ventura, she has a black eye, knots on her head. She took her home and had a doctor friend come and examine her to see if she had a concussion. The doctor apparently recommended that Cassie Ventura go to the ER, but Morales said she didn't want to go.
We also heard from the general manager of an upscale Beverly Hills hotel on the stand today. He talked about hotel logs. Why?
This was from L'Hermitage in Beverly Hills, and Sean Combs had stayed there a bunch over the years, according to the reservation log. And with each guest that was a repeat visitor, there was what was called a profile log established. And under the heading for Sean Combs, it said that housekeepers had noticed that there was always candle wax all over the place and that he used a lot of oil.
What? I'm so saddened at the fact that Caroline as a woman can't understand this part. Many women got abused can't pull themselves away. I know women like that in my own life. I think you have severely misunderstood what I was saying. So that's what I said. I would never say I would never say what I guess you interpreted me saying here, which is the opposite of what I believe and what I always say here on stream when I talk about abuse, when I cover big cases of abuse like this. No, I do understand this part. I do understand it, and it's what I talk about all the time. It's why I get very frustrated seeing over and over again the rhetoric, the excuses, the bullshit that is brought up to defend the actions of an abuser and do so at the expense of the victim of abuse by saying things like, well, why didn't they leave? Well, if they had really been abused, then they would have done XYZ. If they were really the victim of assault, then they would have acted exactly this way. And that's not true. Abuse is complex. The way that we respond, our bodies respond, the way that that mentally we process this is very complex. It's why a lot of times it takes years for someone to recognize that they were the victim of abusive behavior. Anyway, so let's just make sure that we're paying attention to the words that are coming out of my mouth and not whatever it is that we think I'm saying, even when I'm not saying it.
And the jury had already heard candle wax
The only thing I'm disappointed is that Caroline's missing. Oh my God, let me live. I know. It looks terrible.
Oil, those were things for the freak-offs.
Aaron Katursky for us there at the courthouse. Thank you so much, Aaron. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer was also in court today. You are here to break this all down for us. Okay, so it was a big day in court. What stood out to you?
So we all showed up for Kid Cudi. We knew he was going to testify, but I did not expect this quote from Kid Cudi. It came.
Oh, maybe it was the moment where I said, "Oh, when people go, well, why didn't she just leave?" I don't know. Anyway, please don't pile on that chatter. But chatter, please know that is never something that I would say. That is never something that I would ever believe nor say on this stream here. And in fact, I spend a lot of time trying to break this stuff down and go through all of the mythology around abuse and examine the complexities of being a victim of abuse, which is why there is no one way. There is no correct way to respond, and there is no one way that people respond. You spend a lot of time combating that sort of thing. Yes, I do.
In the context of there was some back and forth between him and Sean Combs. He wasn't responding to him in terms of whether or not he was dating Cassie. His car gets Molotov cocktailed. He shows up at the Soho house to try to kind of squash the beef, so to speak, with Combs. And he says this is what Combs is doing. He's standing there staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. It got a couple laughs in the court, but also painted this very menacing and very awkward kind of encounter between Sean Combs and Kid Cudi in relation to who's dating Cassie.
We also have to talk about this alleged car bombing situation. What did Kid Cudi say happened here? So a number of things, right? A little bit of context. Prior to this alleged arson, there is an alleged burglary that Kid Cudi says Sean Combs is participating in. Someone calls him by the name of Miss Clark saying, Combs is in your home. He calls Combs. He's like, where are you? I'm here. I'm going to come see you, whatever it may be. And a few days later, this happens. The cut of the top of his Porsche and a Molotov cocktail inside. We saw some charring on the inside of that vehicle. And we've heard this from Cassie's civil lawsuit and this case when she testified before, that this was meant to be a threat, according to her, of Sean Combs towards Kid Cudi. And we should say that we heard Kid Cudi on the stand say when they talked about this, Combs denied having anything to do with this apparent situation. Okay, so on the cross.
If someone makes a Marvel reference in the middle of a heavy-ass trial, I might laugh a bit. I agree.
The defense seemed to really push.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but when this happened, wasn't this something that people knew? It was like, oh yeah, Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car. That was like that was like a thing where there was kind of this understanding, people gossiping, etc. Like a thing that people just knew, that Diddy blew up Cudi's car.
Kid Cudi on his relationship with Cassie. What was that all about?
So the sense that I got was that
I don't think people knew all the details as to why, but certainly we're aware that this is what had happened.
Playing into...
Yeah, people literally said Diddy blew up the car over Cassie.
This relationship with Kid Cudi and Sean Combs, that Sean Combs, as we heard, was on a break with Cassie, and then they started dating, Kid Cudi and her. And what the defense was getting at was, well, she lied to you. She played you, that they weren't really on again, off again, but in fact, they were still dating, and you didn't know this. And the entire time you were dating, Sean Combs never interrupted this relationship, never got involved. He didn't know he was in the scene at all. And I think what they're trying to get at is Cassie was free to leave. She was free to have her own relationship, and Sean Combs wasn't intersecting with that. And also this idea that she was manipulated.
She was free to leave, but anyone who she's with, I'll threaten the fuck out of and blow up their car.
In some way, shape, or form, saying the words that, well, Cassie played not only you, but also Sean Combs, and Kid Cudi agreed.
We also have to talk about the former assistant who got the immunity from yesterday. He was back on the stand this morning. Did he say anything?
Free to leave, but also if she leaves and is with someone else, then she's cheating on me, and it's fair game to do whatever the hell I want to do.
To you, that made sense for the immunity deal here?
No. And it's one of the reasons why I woke up so early and showed up, because in my mind, I practice in the Southern District of New York. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you going to give this person immunity for? Meaning that they cannot be prosecuted based on what they say. That is so great that you're waiting for them. And it wasn't really much. 3 different interactions of assault, 2 between Cassie, 1 between Gina, and the fact that he bought some drugs, not as much as I thought it'd be.
Okay, so we've got this long weekend that's happening. Court's not in session tomorrow. It's not in session on Monday. How do you think that impacts both sides of this case?
It's all about what the jury's going to be left with, thinking about in the last few words they've heard. They heard about the wax and the baby oil, the strawberry and the chocolates, the abuse allegations from the Grammy of 2010. And of course, the last thing they heard is about an HSI investigator talking about extracting information from 3 of Cassie's laptops. Those are going to be the last things in their mind over the next 4 days because they're off tomorrow as well.
Yeah, back in court on Tuesday. Brian Buckmeyer, thank you so much. Well, now that testimony is wrapped ahead of the long weekend, we want to look back at a notable moment this week. Yesterday, a forensic psychologist took the stand as an expert witness for the prosecution, telling the jury in general about why some people stay in abusive relationships. Joining me now is Dr. Erin Nelson. She is not involved in the case against Sean Combs, but she knows what it's like to be a forensic psychologist on a high-profile criminal case. Dr. Nelson, thank you so much for being with us. Let's just start right there. Why do people stay?
You know, one of the things that is really important when you're talking to a jury or a case is that the lay public, the general public, obviously always has the why doesn't someone just walk away? And something that's really important to understand from a victimology standpoint is the sense of omnipotence that even in everyday relationships, somebody who has power and control over someone can exert. It's about the perception of the victim. And in this case, I'm certain that the forensic psychologist would have been looking at both the victimology and the offender's behavior to try to explain that to the jury.
So often in these types of circumstances, and even with this case, we've seen the comments online, people saying, well, she could have just left. What do you say to that?
I say that regardless of how high profile the matter is, such as this one, or to the millions of women that are suffering from intimate partner violence at home, that is the fundamental misunderstanding that is important to explain, especially in a criminal case to the jury.
And remember that when high profile cases like this happen, there's a lot of eyes on it. Okay. So most people are not celebrities in relationships with other celebrities, but a lot of people are, unfortunately, in situations that there is abuse at play. So what happens during these cases, the ability for it to move the needle both legally, both culturally, has a big impact. Okay, so this cultural mindset that we still retain of if somebody is being abused, then why don't they just leave the abusive relationship? It's why the conversation around this trial, even though this is not a situation that most people who are in abusive relationships are going to, it's not par for par the same. The conversation, though, what is being discussed here about abuse, about being a victim of abuse, that applies to a lot of people's celebrity or non-celebrity. So it's like very frustrating and exhausting. And when we're having to talk about this over and over again, it's because there is still in our culture at large this belief over how abuse victims should behave and should not behave.
That when somebody is in a domestic violence or an intimate partner or coercive control situation,
Lush Puppy's
that
saying even 20
concept
months.
that lots of people think about, it's why don't they just walk out the door? Why don't they just take their things and go? That the psychology of it can be so overwhelming and so powerful for a victim in that stance that it feels impossible, and perception rules the day.
Dr. Erin Nelson, thank you so much for being with us. And we should say, if you are experiencing...
And the other thing with Diddy and Cassie is that Diddy was in control of her career. So we're also talking about an industry where a lot of times abusers continue to abuse and victims stay silent because of the nature of being in an industry that is so competitive and brutal, like that of entertainment and of music, where you will be threatened in so many ways, one of which is if you do not if you try and stop this, if you try and leave whatever, then you're finished. Like, you will not have a career in this industry anymore. You will be blacklisted. I made you type of mentality, not to mention the gaslighting to believe it's not that bad, or if you just wait, it'll get better. Yeah, no, I know.
Domestic violence help is available. You can call the National Domestic Violence Hotline 24/7. That number is 800-799-7233. Still ahead, breaking down the legal strategies at play on both sides with rapper Kid Cudi in court today. Could evidence pose... Playing the defense, Bernarda Villalona playing prosecutor. Let's get right into this. The police report, Bernarda. A break-in to Kid Cudi's home in 2011. Does this actually matter?
It does matter in the sense of not really the break-in, but the arson part of it. But the break-in just leads you to believe, like, Jesus, how demented is Sean Combs? And I think that is what the prosecution was trying to drill to this jury, to show how his jealousy, his anger, his rage, and his being possessive over Cassie, like how far he's willing to go. And I think that's exactly what was the strategy of the prosecution.
It's even worse that people who've experienced abuse themselves sometimes don't empathize with those still going through it. There is a special type of pain when someone who's the victim of sexual assault or harassment will like use that as a way to give themselves when they are defending an abuser, and they will mention how they themselves are victims. It like gives them almost as if it makes them an expert, or that it's supposed to lend more weight to their defense, where it doesn't. And in fact, it's like, man, I would think that you would recognize the similarities here, that you would have empathy for the victim because of what you yourself went through. I did it when I fell for the debt. A lot of people did. The main important thing is that like you recognize the error of thy ways. I think that's something that quite a few people have regret over.
In addition to, of course, what was important, the arson part, in order to meet that racketeering conspiracy
We've come a long
part,
way.
because breaking and entering is not part of it.
Brian, did they prove that it was him?
I think they got very close. I think there's actually a bit of a mistake by the defense. And what I mean by that is during the direct examination of Kid Cudi, it got to a point where they led us all the way to the edge. It was like, oh, maybe Sean Combs did or maybe he didn't. But when Kid Cudi talked about arranging a meeting at the Soho House with Sean Combs and was asked why he did it, he came out and said, well, because I thought that Sean Combs was a part of this. Now, they objected to that and it's sustained. They should not contemplate that in the end of the case. But as we say as attorneys,
you can't unring the bell.
Can't unring the bell.
Jury heard it.
So I think it's going to be difficult for the defense there.
Okay, the jury also saw photos of Kid Cudi's car. What was the prosecution trying to do there with the pictures?
Well, they're corroborating that there was an arson that took place. So aside from Kid Cudi's word that his car was blown up by a Molotov cocktail, you also want to show the photographs because a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? So by showing it, the jury got real insight as to look how serious it was. So it corroborates the testimony.
Do you think the evidence is a problem for the defense?
I think they're going to try to steer away from it. They're going to say, okay, an arson happened. We're not sure. Maybe Collins did it or did not do it. They're going to say, this is what a jealous boyfriend does. This is not what a sex trafficker does. I think they try to reposition themselves as to who doesn't have an ex who has tried to burn up some of their clothes or their cars.
But the car?
Yeah,
Blow up the car?
Yeah, it's what crazy exes do.
Blow up cars?
Right. Yeah.
But I don't want that crazy
I
ex.
think that's the only argument they have here, because they can't really go away from it wasn't Sean Combs, because so many of the breadcrumbs and the circumstantial evidence does point to him.
Yeah, and also you have, remember the email that Cassie has sent to her mother talking about the threat that Sean Combs made about causing harm to Kid Cudi. So I think it's strong there that it was Sean Combs that was responsible, or someone working with Sean Combs. And again, conspiracies are part of the indictment, so you got it there.
It was interesting to see the picture anyway, because we all heard about that and hadn't seen the
Exactly,
pictures of it yet.
exactly.
Cassie's former makeup artist also testified. She said she saw alleged abuse. And that's, what's interesting about that is we've now heard multiple people say they saw this alleged domestic violence.
And multiple incidents, more importantly. We're not talking about the same incident. We're talking about now several incidents throughout these years that they were together.
Does that matter in all of this?
Yes, because remember what the prosecution is saying is that this violence is tied in the sense of the coercion and the control that Sean Combs had over Cassie, so that way Cassie wasn't really able to consent, be a willing participant in these sexual acts and these freak-offs. So it's all tied into it. So it's not just domestic violence. When you tie in the domestic violence with what Dr. Hughes testified to yesterday, and you put that all together, then you have a more clearer picture that there's no way that Cassie at all times was able to consent to these freak-offs.
I think it's a little bit difficult, though, for the government in this sense, though, because I think they might lose the forest from the trees in the sense of, if this was always a domestic abuse relationship, which they have said it is, and they have all these incidences of domestic abuse, where are we separating from when it's just simple abuse that doesn't lead to a freak-off and abuse that does lead into a freak-off? Because we have all these incidences of abuse, but not always leading to, I'm doing this so you participate in a freak-off.
But all you need is one.
I cannot wait until this trial is done and then we never say it again.
All you need is one. When you're talking about sex trafficking or transportation to engage in prostitution, all I need is one freak-off that was where she wasn't a willing participant, where she didn't consent to in order to make out the charges.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you both so much for being with us. Thank you. Coming up, who is Kid Cudi and what some...
That is true. All the prosecution has to prove is one instance of specifically of Cassie being sexually forced into something that she did not consent to.
Welcome back. There's a lot of buzz surrounding today's big witness in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Grammy-winning rapper Kid Cudi, who briefly dated Cassie Ventura, who has this message tonight after taking the stand.
People have been hitting me up the past week, just checking in, and even today. This is a stressful situation. I'm glad it's behind me.
Joining me tonight, ABC News contributor and DJ Megan Wright. Megan, thanks so much for being with us. For people who don't know, who is Kid Cudi?
Who's Kid Cudi? Buckle in, normies.
Kid Cudi is a real, I would say, hip hop gem. Okay, he is a Grammy Award-winning artist, producer. He's also an actor.
So who is Kid Cudi, and is he in fact a child?
Into the scene in 2008 with his hit single Day and Night. But here's the thing, we don't really see much of Kid Cudi outside of when he's promoting his art. We really don't. He doesn't do a lot of interviews. He's not in a bunch of paparazzi pictures. He really keeps to himself, but he has a very strong and very loyal fan base, which is why him showing up, at this trial, even just him getting out of the car, fans seeing him, in his jeans and in his leather jacket, smoking a cigarette like we see here, that was very surreal for fans because, again, you're kind of getting an inside look, of this guy that you don't really get to see so much.
When does he become adult Cudi?
Talking about something that not just in the hip hop community, but also fans have kind of heard rumors about. But I don't ever think there came a point where we thought, okay, we're actually going to hear or read, a transcript of what Cudi is talking about relating to his car blowing up. And then we hear, or his car being set on fire. And then we hear, the play-by-play of everything that happened with Cassie. And then we hear, about his dog, and then going to, see Diddy and him standing like a Marvel supervillain. Like, I don't think people expect.
Okay, I haven't been keeping up with this as much, but I'm confused. Isn't there more charges against Diddy besides Cassie? Okay, so Cassie is just a witness for the prosecution. He has been charged with racketeering conspiracy, 2 charges of sex trafficking, and 2 charges of transportation to engage in prostitution. So this is not a trial of his abuse against Cassie. She is one of the witnesses, but she certainly is a star witness for the prosecution to point to prove, to show his abusive his abusive proclivities, his behavior, and it wasn't just towards her. This case, this trial, there are, I think, two people whose allegations the prosecution is using as the basis of the charges they brought against Cudi. Against Diddy. And then remember that there are like dozens of civil lawsuits on top of this criminal trial. So there's a lot of people who are suing him, alleging all sorts of abuse, and that is separate from this criminal trial. So the most severe allegations relate to the racketeering conspiracy charge. So these are accusations of kidnapping, of drugging, of coercing women into sexual activities through the use of firearms or threats of violence, which is why Cassie has been a big part of the prosecution's case in showing that she was forced into this through not just even threats of violence, but actual violence.
Expected that, especially from a guy who is usually very, very private.
Penza, thank you for the 23 months.
Yeah, getting to see those pictures today was really interesting. Suge Knight's name has been mentioned a few times in this trial already. Can you just give us a little bit of history here and how it's tied to this like long-standing East Coast, West Coast rap rivalry?
Sure. Yeah, the East Coast versus the West Coast, hip hop rivalry is one of the most talked about rivalries of all time. And of course, you have the beef that came from that, which is, Big versus Pac, and also their respective labels. Okay, so you have Big, who was signed to Bad Boy, which was helmed by Sean Combs, who at the time went by Puff Daddy, who now, of course, we refer to him as Diddy. Then you have Tupac, who was on Death Row, which was under Suge Knight. And so if I can get the story as quick as possible, it kind of goes with these two guys, Pac and Big, started off as friends, but things kind of changed in 1994 when Pac was shot outside of Quad Studios. He blamed Big and Puff, who both said they didn't have anything to do with it. But then, things kind of, led and went, forward with this back and forth. Diss records were put out. And although you can't say that, this beef led to their murders, Pac was murdered in September of 96. Big was murdered in, March of 97. And it thought this stayed in the 90s. It didn't, as you can tell with what happened in the trial.
Yeah, we're hearing about it again. Megan Wright, thank you so much for breaking that down for us.
And Diddy is
there's
still
no cameras
alive
in court during the Sean Combs trial, but that is not stopping people from going online, trying to keep up with all the latest updates from the courtroom. And that's where our daily segment Searched comes in, where we break down some of the top search trends about this case. Some of today's biggest searches, Molotov.
What is a Molotov cocktail?
Cocktails, Kid Cudi's dog, how much Diddy paid Cassie, And when will this trial end? Joining me now, from Los Angeles, is our ABC News contributor, Kelly Carter. She covers entertainment and pop culture for us. Okay, let's start with the Molotov cocktails. That's a term that came up during Kid Cudi's testimony.
Yeah, people want to know what that is because we've heard about the alleged incident with the car. Of course, Sean has denied any allegations of arson, but Kid Cudi and also Cassie have alleged that this happened. Wanted to see what that looked like, and finally people got a chance to see those photos.
Surely a delicious cocktail.
So they want to know what it is, and obviously it's a very illegal, dangerous, handmade bomb.
We also have to talk about Kid Cudi's dog because that also came up today, and people have questions. So what is there to know?
Yeah, I mean, well, the dog is no longer with us, first off. But he said his dog was very distressed because the dog, after, again, an alleged break-in, was placed inside of a bathroom and locked inside of a bathroom, and the dog was extremely jittery in the aftermath of that experience. And no one wants to hear that about a dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone loves a dog, right?
Yeah.
I wonder, this is so fucked up, but we know that there are people who care more about animals than they do about human beings. I wonder if that fact about the dog may be the thing that has convinced one juror that Diddy has to go down. They're like, I heard that story about Kid Cudi's dog, and I realized that Diddy has to pay. That brought a whole new audience. Right. You have people who go, I didn't really care about this before, but then I heard about Kid Cudi's dog being terrified by P. Diddy, and now I'm locked in.
Yeah.
Now, also, it's interesting because it's been a couple days since Cassie Ventura took the stand. Her testimony, though, continues to really generate interest. Here's one of the searches that's trending. How much did Diddy pay Cassie?
Yeah, it's interesting how that keeps coming up, right? Because, again, her testimony was last week. And in her testimony, she revealed that she was paid $20 million from the 2023 civil suit that she filed, and that was settled inside of 24 hours. And I think people probably keep coming back to that as new information comes out in the trial because they're, again, trying to connect all the dots here. And I think that's probably one of the biggest ones that there is out there to connect.
Kelly.
There are some people who are thinking they're connecting the dots and they're off the fucking page.
Carter, thank you as always for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. And thank you for joining us. We'll be back.
They are off the page. Okay, so yesterday, I think it was, Combs' former personal assistant testified. So did Cassie's mother, Regina, along with a male exotic dancer, Sheree Hayes, whose nickname is the Punisher. Regina Ventura said she documented her daughter's bruises allegedly received at the hands of Combs. She once called the police on Combs when he took Ventura's phone, and also said that Combs demanded $20,000 in exchange for sex tapes with Ventura on them. There's a lot of evil shit that he has done, that allegedly. This man and all of his wealth going to Cassie's mother and demanding $20,000 in exchange for sex tapes with her daughter on them. Ones that surely she did not consent to, and that is being used as blackmail by Diddy. The money was later returned. Like, the thing about that too, Combs didn't need $20,000. Combs is uber wealthy. He's one of the richest people in the music business. So that $20,000 was about power. Yes, that was about sending a message to Cassie and to her mother and to anybody who dared think that they could do anything to stand up to Sean Puff Daddy Combs. The message was, think again. Think again. I own you. I own your daughter. I own you. There is nothing that you can do. He literally said you can never leave. Right.
The prosecution tried to connect the dots.
Okay, this was from, let me watch some of this.
Between Diddy's business and his alleged abuse of Cassie Ventura and another victim. How? By using witnesses to try to link Diddy to firearms, cash, and control. We heard from a male escort who said Diddy controlled everything about the freak-offs with Cassie. And Cassie's mother, she also took the stand, testifying about taking a home equity loan out to wire Diddy $20,000.
awful.
Now, the last witness on the stand today, he tied Diddy to some pretty serious weapons. Remember that 2024 raid on his home in Miami Beach? The special agent in charge testified that he found parts of AR-15 rifles in Diddy's master bedroom. He says the serial numbers were also scratched off. Police also found items that others previously testified would be present at freak-offs: high heels, sex toys, baby oil, Astroglide, and lingerie. And speaking of those items, tonight we're seeing images from the first time of what investigators found at the New York hotel where Diddy was arrested last year. They seized, perhaps you guessed it, baby oil, lubricant, drugs, and cash. Now that lines up with what Diddy's former assistant testified to today at trial. Now he said he was tasked with stocking Diddy's hotel rooms, but he said he didn't go through the company to get reimbursed for these supplies. Instead, he went to Diddy's security team and claimed that they would pay him back in cash from the rapper's Louis Vuitton bag. He also testified that the bag could hold $10,000 or more in cash, telling the court, I just think because they were items that he didn't want to have a record for. Now, one of today's other witnesses was a male escort known as the Punisher, a nickname he says comes from his basketball playing days. He took part in Diddy's freak-offs with Cassie as well. And he said Diddy would direct all aspects of those encounters. The escort testified, quote, Diddy would at some point come into the room, sit in the distance, give subtle directions to Miss Ventura based on, like I said, angles and lighting, positioning, and sometimes the sexual activity. We also heard from Cassie's mother, who testified about a payment that she wired to Diddy after Cassie told her that he was threatening to release 2 sex tapes. Cassie's mom said Diddy asked her for money around that same time to, quote, recoup money that he had spent on her daughter. The prosecutor asked, quote, why did you go to the bank and take out a $20,000 loan? Cassie's mom said, I was scared for my daughter's safety. She was asked what she needed $20,000 for, and she said to pay Sean Combs. And when she was asked why she needed to pay Sean Combs, she testified because he demanded it. Now, the prosecution made a bombshell reveal over who we can expect to testify this week. They plan to call Scott Muscati.
Classic people
known
on
as
Twitter.
Kid Cudi.
Classic.
Remember, Cassie testified that Diddy got irate when he found out she was dating Kid Cudi. The prosecution also plans to call a clinical psychologist as well as a former
Red,
Diddy
thank you for the prime.
employee who quit, apparently, after allegedly witnessing physical abuse. Get right to CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister, who saw all the testimony in the courtroom today and has been following so closely. The assistant, the former one, David James, took the stand today about an incident that could have actually turned tragic, and it involved a rival of Diddy, Suge Knight. Describe.
Yes, so with putting this witness on the stand, it appears that the prosecutors are really trying to get into this racketeering claim, showing that they allege Diddy was running this criminal enterprise.
Oh, you know, also, I saw something. Hold on. Do I have this? Did I bookmark this? Shit. Did I not? It was a statement by Cassie's husband. Cassie's husband's statement about how she okay. Let me see. Bro, I hate when I think I have saved something and then I cannot find it anywhere. I also hate when an article won't link to the full statement, when they're just post it. Okay, here we go. All right, I got it. Here we go. So, Alex Fine, who's Cassie's husband, made a great statement via Cassie's lawyer about the narratives online about how he must feel sitting there listening to her testimony and how he saved her. He said that that is an insult to the years of painful work that she did and that she saved herself. Here's what he said. Over the past 5 days, the world has gotten to witness the strength and bravery of my wife, freeing herself of her past. There has been speculation online surrounding how it must feel for me to sit there and listen to my wife's testimony. I have felt so many things sitting there. I have felt tremendous pride and overwhelming love for Cass. I have felt profound anger that she has been subjected to sitting in front of a person who tried to break her. So, to him and all of those who helped along the way, please know this. You did not break her spirit nor her smile that lights up every room. You did not break the souls of a mother who gives the best hugs and plays the silliest games with our little girls. You did not break the woman who has made me a better man. I did not save Cassie, as some have said. To say that is an insult to the years of painful work that my wife has done to save herself. Cassie saved Cassie. She alone broke free from abuse, coercion, violence, and threats. She did the work of fighting the demons that only a demon himself could have done to her. All I have done is love her as she has loved me. Her life is now surrounded by love, laughter, and our family. This horrific chapter is forever put behind us, and we will not be making additional statements. We appreciate all of the love and support we have received, and we ask that you respect our privacy as we welcome our son into a world that is now safer because of his mom. Yeah, I think that this is the statement that needed to be said. Because even for those who are not defending Sean Combs and are not like calling Cassie a liar, there was that element of she was abused by a man, but then she was saved by a man as well. And it took away her agency in the work that she did to, as her husband says, to free herself, to bring this man to justice. Because remember, were it not for Cassie's civil lawsuit, most likely we would not be here today witnessing the criminal trial against Diddy. If it were not for her civil suit, which Diddy settled in 24 hours, but that ended up being a major part of the initial investigation into him, and now the prosecution's case. Cassie is responsible for that. If Diddy is found guilty, it will largely be in part because of what Cassie did. Then this was Cassie's statement. This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember, and the more I can remember, the more I will never forget. I want to thank my family and my advocates for their unwavering support, and I'm grateful for all the kindness and encouragement that I have received. I'm glad to put this chapter of my life to rest. As I turn to focus on the conclusion of my pregnancy, I ask for privacy for me and my growing family.
Through his businesses. So this former
a world that is now safer because of his mom. OMG, the tears. I know.
Personal assistant. He worked for Diddy from 2007 through 2009.
People were also going, oh, it must be so hard for her husband to hear so many sexual things about his wife, as if it wasn't the retelling of torture. Right. God.
Was hired by Bad Boy, so an employee of that company, of course, the company that Diddy was the head of. Now, this instance that you brought up, he told this story to the jury, which was after a late night recording session in the studio. It was about 3 or 4 a.m. and Diddy said he wanted some late night food from Mel's Diner, a famous place in Los Angeles. So they go to Mel's Diner. It's the assistant and one of Diddy's security personnel, who they called D-Rock. They get there and they see Suge Knight. As you said, Suge Knight, of course, is a longtime rival of Diddy. Well, they go back to Diddy's home in the Hollywood Hills. This is when the personal assistant said he actually saw Cassie outside the home fighting with Diddy, arguing, basically pleading for him not to go. But Diddy wanted to go. So according to this former assistant, Diddy said, "We're taking this car, drive the car." They get in the car. The assistant says he turns around, looks in the back seat, and Diddy has 3 handguns on his lap. That is what he testified today. They go back to the diner. Suge Knight is no longer there, but he said that Diddy was demanding, yelling at him, saying, keep driving around. He wanted to find him. Now, again, nothing happened because he wasn't there, but here's what the assistant said on the stand. Quote, I was really shook up by it. You know, this was the first time being Mr. Combs' assistant that I realized that my life was in danger. He said that right after that, he actually put in his notice at the company.
He stayed for about 6 more months to try to train his replacement, but that was really the end for him of why he wanted to work there. That wasn't the only witness today, though. We actually heard from Cassie Ventura's mom, which the defense didn't want to hear from. And a lot of people thought, I wonder why she's testifying. Would it be gratuitous in some way? Would she move the needle in either direction? But she talked about being scared for her daughter's safety and this $20,000 loan. What happened?
So let me get to that in a second. But first, I want to read you an email that was shown to the jury as an exhibit in court. This is an email that Cassie sent to her mother and Capricorn Clark, who was one of Diddy's employees.
Under an alias, right?
Under an alias. And yes, here's what she wrote. The threats that have been made towards me by Sean Puffy Combs are that he is going to release 2 explicit sex tapes of me. One on Christmas Day, maybe before or right after, and another sometime soon after that. He also said that he will be having someone hurt me and Scott Muscuddy, you said, Kid Cudi, physically. He made a point that it wouldn't be by his hands. He actually said he'd be out of the country when it happened. So Cassie's mom testifies on the stand. When she read this email, she was physically ill. And of course she would be. This is her daughter. She's scared for her life. So then she said that Diddy demanded that she pay $20,000, as you said, because he was upset that Cassie was with another man. That would be Kid Cudi. And he said, I spent $20,000 on your daughter, so you better pay it back. Now you have Diddy, who at one point was a billionaire, but at this point at least is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and is allowing the mother of his girlfriend to take out a home equity loan to wire the money. He accepted that money, but then he sent it back. Now, I want to bring up one more exhibit. There are photos of Cassie with bruises on her body that were shown to the jury, and Cassie's mom said she's the one who took those photos of her daughter when she visited home for Christmas.
It's pretty unbelievable to think about the dynamic of Sean Diddy Combs asking someone for $20,000. The intimation, of course, that he returned it later on once Diddy and Cassie were back together in some way. What about Kid Cudi? Are we really going to hear him testify?
We are, according to prosecutors. This was, as you said, the big reveal today. So Kid Cudi could be on the stand as soon as tomorrow.
Something too about him returning the money, like as soon as he got Cassie back, is also very gross.
We may be seeing him tomorrow. If not, they said Thursday, but definitely this week he is expected to testify. Now, what will we hear from him? We're going to hear probably a corroborating account to what Cassie said, which, as I just kind of got into.
Well, we already went over the Cudi testimony. I went out of order where I covered that today, or I covered that, and then we just covered the testimony from yesterday. All right. So anyway, those are the updates to Sean Combs' trial. They are resuming Tuesday, I believe. So there we go. And Tuesday, Capricorn Clark, the woman who called Cudi to inform him that Combs had broken into his home, she will be testifying. Okay. That's enough for now. Alrighty. Oh, hi, vey. Oh my God. I'm looking at all the rest of the stories I've pulled up, and I'm like, nothing fun. I'm kind of looking through to see if there's anything that's like not horrible. You know what? What time is it? 8:30? Maybe I'll jump into sponsor time. Maybe we'll do some gaming. Okay, actually, you know what? Did you already talk about Candance Owens? I think I'm kind of tapped out on talking about abusive men for tonight. So I think I'm going to do Candance Owens' series on Harvey Weinstein tomorrow morning. Sometimes I have a limit. And I believe I've hit my limit. In light news, Mahmoud Khalil was able to hold his newborn son today. That's true. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Thank you for the recap. I missed the majority of the trial. No worries. I got you. Okay, this was such a funny post. I loved this post. So this is on the Reddit/Beyonce page. I had a beautiful experience at Chicago Night 2, and I need to tell someone. To start, I am a straight white dude, and I have to think my demographic makes up a smaller percentage of Beyonce's fan base. I took my wife to Night 2 in Chicago for her birthday, and it's not that I was expecting to have a bad time in any way, but I was there to support my wife having the experience that she's been waiting for her entire teenage and adult life. What I experienced was, and I don't want to be too hyperbolic here, life-changing. The woman is a goddamn artist, a born performer, a truth teller, a treasure of music and art. She's so much more than the pop music icon that us filthy casuals categorized her as. When she came out and started with American Requiem, my wife began shaking and crying, and I didn't understand, but I was there to hold her. Tears didn't last long. We were both shaking our asses in a hurry. As the show unfolded, I started to understand. When she sang Protector and Blue was on stage dancing, I was overwhelmed and started crying myself. We have a 2-year-old daughter, and that hits so close to my heart. Looking around at everyone in the crowd who live all different kinds of different lives outside of that stadium stirred my soul. What a gift this woman is to humanity. He's now one of the single ladies. I saw the Cowboy Carter show twice in oh my God, you saw it twice. She a fan. This guy, this straight white dude from Chicago is now part of the Beehive. I felt God in that Chili's tonight. Yes, I did. I saw it twice and I was barricaded in the pit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, I thought that Reddit post was pretty funny since you like Final Destination. Okay, we'll watch this and then I'll get into playing The Siege in the SANDFOX.
A long time no see.
Benny?
What's up,
Johnny,
dude?
Benny's here.
Whoa. Yo, what's going on? What the? Oh shit, Benny, what's up, dude? Oh. What the hell's going on in there? Okay, hold the baby.
Yo, Bobby, what's up, man? I'm almost there.
Mark! Everyone just f***ing died!
Is that supposed to be a joke? Or?
They're dead, man! They're f***ing dead!
God damn. Dude, you wouldn't believe me. Traffic has been so bad. I'm literally stuck in the middle of the train.
A long time no see.
Benny?
What's up,
Johnny,
dude?
Benny's here.
Oh my God, the neck breaking like 3 different times. I'm not gonna lie, every time I watch Final Destination though, for like the first 24 hours, I have the Final Destination mindset where you kind of look around and you're like, I bet that's what does it. You're like, I bet I trip here over a crack that formed in the sidewalk and I trip into this thing that then triggers this other thing that then triggers this other thing, and there's like 3 fake outs for how you think I'm gonna die, and then I'm like, whew, I'm good, and then I die. And then I violently die. You mean the Final Destination grind set? That's right, the Final Destination grind set. And then I just choke to death in my apartment. Yeah, that's right. I go through this series of almost deaths, and I come out alive, and then I'm in my apartment and I inhale air and I choke to death on it. And that's how it's done. Okay, so that's what actual paranoia feels like. It's the Final Destination mentality. All right. Okay, you guys. The Siege and the SANDFOX. Let's pull it up. I have not heard of this game, so I'm excited to see. What we got going on. Great. Exclamation point. Siege. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's pull up my Steam. Great. There's that guy's YouTube channel. He's very funny. That was a pretty funny vid. Is it better or worse than choking to death in Disneyland? I don't really know if there's a I don't know if there's a comparison. You mean like alone in my okay. Choking to death alone in my apartment or in Disneyland? I feel like Disneyland would be worse. Yeah, depends what you think of. Depends how we're defining better and worse, you know? Okay, I need a controller for this. All right. Okie dokie. This game needs a controller for the best experience. Now, it is in, what's that called? When it's still in training mode? Training mode? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Early access. Yes. It's early access, I believe. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! What's happening? Okay. Options. Gameplay. Controller. Crouch behavior. Tutorials enabled. Visibility. I don't know what any of that means. That looks good. Display mode borderless. Subtitles enabled. Normal language. Okay. All that looks fine and dandy. All that looks good. Okay, I'm not gonna touch any of this. We're just gonna jump on in. We're gonna just jump in and see what we got going. Okay, gamer frogs.
Kariman, the city of stories.
Oh.
The jeweled city, resplendent in the desert sun.
Let me
safe among the shifting sands.
Hold on, let me just move this up. Okay.
The bazaar, the impossible has come to pass.
Oh.
An Armuzi army has crossed the desert and prepares to lay siege.
Oh.
Amidst the whispers, a lone figure hurries towards the palace.
This is interesting. It looks old school. With the graphics. Okay. I'm just gonna kinda... Okay, music. I'm just gonna explore. Hello. Oh. Okay. It's fine. I didn't want to go up there anyway. Press RT to run. Okay. Hello, fellow village people. Press RT to wall run. The heck? Oh! Yeah, this art style is so cute. This seems like a good game for me because I don't really like to, I like to just go right into something. And if the technical aspect is confusing, then it's very hard. But here, you just go for it. Am I supposed to talk to these people? I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, hold on. I did play Hades. Okay, boom. This is cozy.
Lie quiet and I'll tell you the truth. You know, of course, that we were surrounded by a vast army. But you know also that Alphanic, the SANDFOX, had great concern for our bright city. Such concern that he paid a visit to his friend the king to offer aid. You know that when the king was murdered, the SANDFOX was blamed and dragged from that place.
Murdered?
You know
Oh,
that
should you
he
change
was brought
categories?
to the great
Yes, I
hall
should.
before a grief-stricken court, and that the queen took his glass dagger and she buried it in his heart. The queen smiled, knowing that now her treachery could never be revealed.
You know what? Women's rights
For
and
no
women's
one
wrongs.
can live who has felt the kiss of a glass dagger of the Kashai. The body was dropped deep, deep into that pit they call Traitor's Fall. You know this, all of this, but you do not know what happened next.
I really love the non-Western medieval themes. Me too.
The SANDFOX was weary and in pain. No one is
change
unchanged
the
by the
category.
Traitor's Fall.
Why is this narration tone kind of...
But the Kashai had a duty.
Well.
The queen had transgressed and was marked for death.
Okay, let me change the category to... Siege, the Siege, and the SANDFOX. I think I am currently the biggest streamer playing this game. Okay, walk this way. Whoa! Uh-oh, is this rat gonna kill me?
Every muscle ached, but the SANDFOX felt strength returning. A guard, hide.
Oh, how? Oh. Do you think he see? Uh-oh, am I? Oh no! Wait a second. No! He killed me! Okay, so clearly that was not a hiding place. You died.
Traitor's Fall.
Okay,
The
Traitor's Fall.
SANDFOX shuddered at the memory.
Where am I supposed to freaking hide? Oh, I see. Okay, wait.
A
So
guard.
here comes
Hide.
the guard. I hide in here. I hide in here. Right? In the shadows? Yeah, okay, you can't see me. Get one shot, nerd. He can't. Wait a second! Why did he see? No, you hide in the. Okay. All right. But I thought he couldn't see me if I was in the
SANDFOX
shadows.
shuddered at the memory.
How the heck do you? How do you get in this?
A guard.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. There we go. Duh. It told you that? Well, sometimes I have to listen multiple times. Oh no. Oh, this is only, you can only hide for a little bit. I see. Okay. Okay, get out. Go. The element of stealth.
The traitor's fall had taken its toll, but still, the SANDFOX could leap like no other.
Jump and climb. Oh, I see. Alright, this guy is like a ninja. Climb down.
To hang by the fingertips, to climb to great heights. Such were the skills of the Kashai.
Nimble, like a SANDFOX. Ooh, is this stuff that I can get?
The SANDFOX could not run along the walls.
Not yet.
Not yet, at least.
Okay.
Torchlight was risky if watchers were close. The Kashai were at depths of the shadows.
Oh. Voiceover sounds like Baldur's Gate? Well, I wouldn't know.
The surest way to win is to avoid the fight. These were only thugs, the lowest of the low. Yet the SANDFOX could not match them for brute strength.
Get out, get out. Go. Stealth is on. Stealth is the key here.
Ancient waterways, ruined from the time of Empress Sharza. Princes of Karaman had harnessed the water to their own devices.
Door peak. Open door. Oh, do I have to close this? Let's see. Maybe. Mabes. Wall jump. Okay, hold on. Show tutorial.
Exhausted, the SANDFOX
Okay,
called
see.
upon years of training.
Ah! Well, now hold on a second. Oh, I see. Okay, we have to go boom. Wait. Boom. Boom. Okay. And now we crouch. Climb down. Oh, okay. Climb down. Yes. Use lever. Slay. What did that change? Here? Okay. What happens if I drop? Dead? Oh.
Even a Kashai could not survive a fall from too great a height.
Okay, we're still alive.
The SANDFOX sensed danger nearby.
Okay. How do we... Okay. Yes, variety gamers. Listen for threats by standing still.
The well-trained Kashai could pinpoint unseen threats easily if they stood still and listened closely.
Mabel Takes, thank you so much for the raid. I hope y'all had a wonderful stream. I hope everyone's having a great night. I am currently doing a short little sponsored stream for The Siege and the SANDFOX. Here, it's cozy. Okay, wall jump. Hold on. Let me get this down. Nope. Negativo. Okay, wait. Yeah, I know. Yes. Hold on. Oh! God, did he hear me? There we go. Yes. Okay. Now we got it. Now we've got it. Now, huh? Okay. Thank you so much for the community and stream. You're amazing. Chuck Dice. Thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate ya. Okay. Oh my god. CEO of Trans Women is in chat. Where? Let's see. I'll honor the CEO of Trans Women. Okay. Boom. So we have to be quick here. So it's boom. Or we just jump. Or we just jump. There we go. You know who I love? I love chatters where I see them in multiple leftist communities. I don't watch stream a lot, but when I do, I like to, poke my head in every once in a while. And I love seeing familiar names.
The SANDFOX hid away.
The SANDFOX hid away. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub to SANDFOX. Anything else I can say on the game? Exclamation point siege. That's the chat bot. If this looks cozy to you and if you wanted to play it. Also, thank you all for supporting when I do a sponsored. When I do a sponsored
The
stream.
SANDFOX enjoyed the chance to test skills that had grown rusty.
I appreciate you guys. We always got you, I know. I appreciate
thanks, Shamash. I've been stuck here for days, said the woman.
The elevator is on a higher level.
Well,
I
it's
cannot
time
bring it
to
down.
leave.
Please, can you help? The woman sighed. I cannot go back to my friends, not with the elevator still above.
Okay.
The woman sighed. I cannot go back to my friends, not with the elevator still above.
Well, what can we do about that? Let's see. Well, how can we help you with that? Okay, with the elevator still above. Let's see, where do we need to go for that? Okay, we can't go that way. We gotta do... what are these little mushrooms?
Sharzad's fortress had collapsed long ago and left routes impassable to all but the most skilled of climbers.
Oh, is... like me? Does that include me? Am I a skilled climber?
How careless. How lucky. The guard was asleep, and their key was ripe for the picking.
Slay. Now, the question is how? Platformers are always very cozy unless it's Cuphead. Cuphead will make you want to... Death is...
These guards, the SANDFOX observed, had the good sense to wear a helmet. Knocking them out would be impossible.
Death is the only option. Alright, this guy's snoozing. Oh, wait. Grab. Hold on. Ah! Ah! Okay. Cuphead is hell on earth. Yes, it is. Okay, this is... I'm about to start molding. Why can I not? I need to... Ah! Ah! There we go. Okay. Oh!
Weapon of stealth.
Knock out
With this,
unaware
the SANDFOX
enemies
could deal with the
using
guards.
X.
so long as they were unaware.
Yes, let's go. Weapon, okay. Blackjack acquired. Did I just totally forget about that woman or what? Hollow Knight and Inside aren't cozy. Inside was really fun though.
Many sins of the kingdom washed
Okay,
down
watch this,
these
ready?
drains.
Now watch this drive. Now watch this drive. Yeah, you guys talk about Hollow Knight a lot. Okay, I need to go get a key. Or I have to pop this open. She's probably fine. I think so. The cistern. Okay, we're in a new spot here. Oh. Am I supposed to go this way? I don't know. Let me see. Where's that lady? Where's the old broad? Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I forgot about homie up top. Oh, I guess it was nothing. I'm like, shh. It was nothing. Okay, let's go. Alright, if we go this way. I can't go that way. Hey Caroline, love the streams, love the chat. I saw the new Mission Impossible tonight. It was great. Dude, Will and I are trying to work our way through Mission Impossible before we see the new one. I posted pics of popcorn bucket on Discord if y'all are interested. It's a really unique bucket. I do love me a cinematic popcorn bucket. Alexander, thank you for the 4 months. No, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Okay. Honestly, I feel like I have to go. I feel like I'm supposed to go help this woman. All right, listen, you old lady.
The woman sighed. I cannot go back
Not
to
with
my
the
friends.
elevator
Not
still
with the
abroad.
elevator still above.
Okay, so what do you want from me? Or else you're just gonna stay here forever. I don't know how to help you. I don't know what you want from me. I keep thinking these are things that I can grab.
Yet another lock. The SANDFOX still had no tools to open it.
No tools? You just have to lower the elevator? Where the frick even is the elevator? Is it up that way to the left? Maybe I need to go up that way. It's in the elevator room. All right, whatever, bro. I don't even care. Come get me. What you gonna do, bro? Alright, let's just keep going this way. Oh! Who is crying? Alright, I'm gonna knock this guy out again. Who the frick is crying? I'll investigate. Oh, shit. No, it's nothing. Probably nothing. That's right. Okay. Alright, here we go. Now, I already moved this. So I'm gonna go up here. What can I find? Okay. Can I knock this guy out? If I do this.
SANDFOX hid away.
Wait, does he see me? No. Oh, that was so close. He's like, huh, how did my buddy get knocked out? Must be nothing. All right, walk away, bro. Walk away if you know what's good for you. Go, bro. Bro? All right, you know what, bro? I'm gonna have to do this. No, you die. What? I die. You die. Bro. He was taking too long. God damn it. All right. All right, bro got me. Holy crap, Oli. These guys are kind of annoying. God, that crying baby is... I don't like it. Crouch. Okay, let's knock this guy out first. Boom. And then we're gonna go up here. We're gonna knock this guy out. Okay. These guys are sleepy. Honestly, they never skip chest day. Okay, and then this guy. Let's take his ass out. Yup, see ya. Goodbye.
Strange cries echoed through the walls. The SANDFOX had never heard a sound so lamentable yet preposterous.
What is that sound? I can't get that way. Okay. Oh, no. Please. Please,
The fancy whining persisted. The SANDFOX did not know from where it came.
I do not know from where it came. Okay, I can't get that way. So let's try. Let's try to go back. Alright, we're gonna go up here again. I'm gonna knock these guys out. Oh, shit. Oh! I did movie night for the first time with Will's stream, and the crying in this game makes me uncomfortably remind me of the dubbed little boy in the film that was actually a woman. Okay, so those guys are gonna walk, and then they're gonna turn, and then I need to knock them out. So I gotta do this. So first, I'm gonna knock this guy out. Ah! Uh-oh. 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 Wait, how's this guy so fast?
The SANDFOX hid away.
I graduated today? Congrats! That's so exciting. I feel like I just graduated. Even though it was a long time ago. Alright, let's get out of here. Congrats to you. Relish in Relish the moment. You worked hard. Oh my god, if I don't find the source of this crying. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh my god. Please. Please, sir. Oh my god, this guy is... I took so long. Are you like 22? Yeah. Kind of. Okay, now... God damn this fucking guy. Okay, you know what? Fuck him. Here we go. Whoa! What the hell? He has like a thing. Ah! Oh my god, can you please go away, sir? How did they escape? Magic. Okay, now leave me alone. Now I need to get this guy. A body. No shit! Oh god, the guy got up! Oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my mind. Please? I have to do this all again. Ah, please. Okay, this is the last time I'm gonna get this. This is so annoying. Here we go. Okay, so we knock this guy out. Boom. Goodbye. Sir? Okay, we're gonna speed run this. God damn it. These guys are so annoying. Please just go to sleep. Please. Okay. He's gonna walk by. I'm gonna knock him out. Okay, and then we're gonna creep up on this guy. He's sleeping. Okay, boom.
Strange cries echoed through the walls. The SANDFOX had never heard a sound so lamentable yet preposterous.
I know, I need to crouch more. Okay, there we go. Hide. Hide. Okay, you can't see me when I'm like this. That's good to know. Okay, there we go. Now. Fuck. I guess it was nothing. Okay, there goes this guy. Let's knock him out. Fuck me. Okay, go. Hurry. Hurry. Shit! God damn it! I'm gonna. Oh my god! I wanna lose it! Oh. Okay, I'm not using family-friendly language. Oh my goodness gracious! I'm so heated. Also, I think my air just does not work in this room because it is so hot in here. Okay. This is it. Oh my god. What the frick? How did this guy wake up? Okay, Caroline, you have to crouch. You have to crouch, dummy. You know what happens is I start trying to speedrun stuff because I'm so annoyed, and then you just die. Okay, crouch to move silently. Whack. Whack attack. Whack attack. There we go. This is the run. This is it. Okay, so we take this guy out. Okay. and then we crouch. Tallmans, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, that was a nice...
Strange cries echoed through the walls. The SANDFOX had never heard a sound so lamentable yet preposterous.
Oh my god, I'm so annoyed. Oh, he's gonna turn around right when I'm there. No, okay, great. Got him. Got his butt. It's like Assassin's Creed, a game of patience. Yes, I'm known for my patience. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Boom. God. Yo, this guy. Okay, you don't see me. I'm hidden. You forget about me. Who cares? You lost me. Here we go. Here we go. A body. Okay, now, which way? I'm gonna freak out if I get this wrong. Okay, let's jump, maybe? Sure. Okay, go, 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 go. We did it. We did it, y'all. Oh! We made it past that point.
This place had been a storm drain in the days of Shahrazad when the gods sent bountiful rain.
Okay. Jumping at shadows again. Alright, how am I gonna take this guy out? I'm gonna take both of them out. Walk, mofo! Someone's missing. No one's missing. Yeah, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Okay, maybe. The ad is working. I want to play this game now. Okay, why? Where did I come from? Can I go this way? Did I come this way? Which way did I go? Oh, shit. Ah! No! No! God! It's like a one-hit, one punch. Please don't tell me I have to start all the way out. Please? Please no. Please? Oh my god, I have to do it again! Wait, the checkpoint was right above you. I'm gonna cry. I'm so hot and sweaty. Oh, I'm so sad. Okay, this is when platforms start to make you crazy. Don't freak out, don't freak out. I will try not to freak out, but this is when... This is when you start... Oh my god.
Strange cries echoed through the
Bro,
walls.
how did
the
I not
SANDFOX
get...
had never heard a sound so lamentable yet
Yikes.
preposterous.
Thank you, Caroline Kwan, for playing and suggesting this wonderful game, The Siege in the Sandbox. It encouraged our sense of adventure. And is so engaging. Okay. Engages with nostalgic art style, incredible voice acting. I recommend The Siege in the Sandbox to my family and friends. Will be playing as well. Thank you, Caroline Kwan. Oh my god, you guys, so my pleasure. So my pleasure. Oh god, how? How am I doing this again? Okay. Do I even have to knock them out? I'm just gonna run. Wait a second. Watch this. Now watch this drive. You don't. Oh my god. Wait, I was trying to take him out this whole time, and I don't need to.
This place had been a storm drain in the days of Shahrazad when the gods sent bountiful rain.
Okay. Alright, which way? Which way? How the heck do I get? I'm trying to figure out which way I have to go. this way? Wait a second. Did I just go? Did I do this? I'm lost. Oh my god, I know. How do I get up there? That's where I need to get up. Okay. I'm going in circles, but I don't know how to get up there. Maybe this way? Maybe a little wall jumping? Oh, okay. Slay.
The SANDFOX came to an encounter they would later recall fondly.
Oh my god, I forgot about the wall jumps.
So it's true.
Oh,
the
we did
bandaged
it!
girl
We did it!
paused, eyes wide. The SANDFOX. Well, if you told me, I wouldn't have believed it. But here you are. Welcome. You must have many stories.
I do.
A grin crossed her face.
Thank you,
I'd love to
Caroline
hear them.
Kwan.
But first, let me tell you about this place.
God damn it.
It is not like others you have been to. No one has it good down here, do they?
Wonderful
Not the prisoners, not the rats, not even the Underkings, really. Still, it beats a stint in the iron hold. Anyway, that's enough about this place. Tell me what you've been up to.
Oh, not much.
Any new stories, fox friend? Tell me your story, fox friend.
Tell me.
Fox friend, what have you been up to?
I don't know. I mean, I'm
Any
trying
new
to tell
stories,
you.
fox friend?
I'm trying to tell you.
Tell me your story, fox friend.
Sorry, okay. I have no story, I guess.
Any new stories, fox friend?
No, I have nothing. Okay. I guess there's nothing about me. That's it. A little bit about me. Should I tell her? So, have I told you the story of the coat? Do you know the coat story? It's a good one.
Among the drains and the rat catchers, the SANDFOX
You're gonna love
knew
it.
they could relax their guard.
You're gonna love it. Hold on, I gotta plug my phone in because my sisters might need to text me. Classic dead phone. Alrighty. Okay. The pixel art is so slapper. You know, there's something about... I didn't even play that many games when I was younger, but there's something about the pixel art that... Oh my god, there's so many guys.
Must be one of the Underkings. They had been a power in the prison for years.
Who's this guy? You know what? Actually, new plan. I'm gonna go talk to this bard. Yeah, it's very pretty. It's very cozy. Okay, maybe not. I guess I can't climb on this pole. Okay. Alright, I have to get to him otherwise. I have to get to him another way. Yo, everybody mind their own business while I just kind of sneak through. Which is really cool when pixel art looks beautiful, this high def. Oh my god. Oh, a hottie? Hold on a second. No, do not be swayed. She is the enemy. Okay, I'm gonna need to do jump. I'm gonna need to get up there. Ready? Okay, don't pay attention to me, sir. Oh wait, are these oh!
No chance, said the ugly man. You're one of them filthy rat catchers, or at best a darkling. You've nothing we want.
Objective update, steal a bribe. Oh, there's a map. Okay, hold on a second. Oh! Okay. There's a... Wow, it's a big map. Okay. Alright, this guy hates me. Rude. What about these guys? Hey, what's up, Batty? Hey. These guys are losers. You should come with me.
The man was muttering ominous words about monsters in caves. When he ran out of words, he whimpered. When he ran out of words, he whimpered.
Oh, sad. Okay. Anybody? Oh, maybe I can talk to this baddie down here. Let's see.
The Under Kings have it so easy, the bitter woman
The
said.
bitter woman?
This isn't a prison. If it were, the Under Kings wouldn't live in such luxury.
Oh.
Oh, that smell. Rust and crumbling stone. Get another look.
Ah, God, I need to get
SANDFOX
tools.
still had no tools to open it.
Well, I guess I gotta get some. Pole. Okay, we got a new move. Pole swing. Pole swing. Pole swing. Let me
Exhausted,
see.
the SANDFOX called upon years
Yo.
of training.
All right, here we go. Whoa! Okay. Okay. Yo, this cat. Oh, ooh, there go my knees.
Kashai foot wraps, shod with resin
Wall
and
run
nails.
up flat
Old,
vertical
but
surfaces.
still wearable.
Using.
The SANDFOX could make good use of these.
Yes, I can. Okay, let's try it. Wait. Press.
With new footwear and a turn-up speed, the SANDFOX could scale the sheerest wall.
Okay, well, how? Press RT. Hold on a second. Right trigger. I am doing that. Why? Okay. Right trigger. Okay, why are my wall run shoes not activating?
Exhausted,
tutorial.
the SANDFOX called upon years of training.
Alright, there's the tutorial. Maybe don't jump. Oh! You were correct. There go my years of training. Okay, go.
Exhausted, the SANDFOX called upon years of training.
Ah!
The SANDFOX knew that now the wall here would be no obstacle.
Okay, which way do we want to go?
Exhausted, the SANDFOX called upon years of training.
God, why am I so bad at wall running? Ah! Oh, I think you have to get like a run. Okay, I got it. Run and then run up. Wait, no. No, okay. So, go. Nope, okay, you gotta run. And then up. Nope, okay. All right, come on, where are my years of training? Why do I keep stopping right when I get to the wall? Why? Okay, why is this so hard for me? I don't know. It's so embarrassing. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. Ah, where's my little tutorial? How did you unlearn it? How to do it after doing it twice? I don't know. I have no idea how. It's confusing to me as well. Okay, so this is... It's RT, but like I'm confused, like... Oh my god, this is so bad. Okay, go. Oh, I see now. I think I've got it. There we go. Yeah. Now we got it. Now we're wall running. Now we're wall running, everyone. Okay, maybe. Hold on. Yes. Yep. Okay.
The fortress of
now we're
Empress
parkouring.
Sharzad had once been the marvel of the world, yet now her name was all but forgotten.
Now we are hardcore parkouring. Oh god. Sick AF. Turn around, buddy. Let me bonk you on the head.
The SANDFOX had heard rumors of the dangerous cult, who dressed in yellow robes. Some said it was a new religion, but none knew anything of their purpose or who they served.
Uh-oh, he sees the body. I'll investigate. Oh no. Watch this. Hold on, I've got to move. Who did this? Oh wait, he revived him. What the heck? Oh! He got me. Okay. It's fine because now I know how to do this. Now I'm a wall running expert. Nope. Okay. Now we gotta go. Boom. Yep. And then we do that. And then we go whippity.
The fortress of Empress Sharzad had once been the marvel of the world, yet now her name was all but forgotten. The SANDFOX had heard rumors of the dangerous cult, who dressed in yellow robes. Some said it was a new religion, but none knew anything of their purpose or who they served.
Gotcha. Now watch this. Gotcha. Space Cadet, thank you for the 10 months. Ha! What? How did I die? What the HE double hockey sticks? What the HE double hockey sticks? Okay, last time. Here we go. Here we go. At least I'm getting better at
The fortress
this
of Empress
part.
Sharzad had once been the marvel of the world, yet now her name was all but forgotten. The SANDFOX had heard rumors of the dangerous cult, who dressed in yellow robes. Some said it was a new religion, but none knew anything of their purpose or who they served.
What the helly? Coward ran away. That's right, I'm a coward and I ran away. Don't dare return. Don't worry, I won't. Stealth attack. Stealth attack. I like that they obscure the part of the map that you cannot see. I know. Oh! Nothing to see here. Yeah, these guys are so annoying. What? Okay, chill! Alright, let me see where I need to go. I need to go up. I need to go that way. Alright, I'm gonna take this guy out. Watch this. Stealth attack. Someone's
The
listening.
SANDFOX hid away.
Hello? Got him. Extinguished torch.
These
I'm a ninja.
ramshackle structures were all that was left of the Bridge of Knives. Somewhere beyond lay the mausoleum, all dust, bones, and unquiet spirits.
I really need to get tools. Ah! Wait, how did I do that before? Didn't I do that? Hold on a second. How do I get up there? How do I get... Let's see. Okay, I can't go that... Can't go that way. About this way. I swear to God, I grabbed this before. Okay. Maybe I have to go down. Oh, wait. No, I had it. See? Frick. There we go. There we go.
The cultists disquieted the SANDFOX. More than ever,
But how do
the
I get to the
shadows
other
were the
side?
SANDFOX's friend.
Now, how do I get to the other side? That's what's gonna be tough. The shadows were my friend. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, let's... Nope. What are we doing? Hold on. There we go. Yeah, baby. Yes. All right. Oh, we got a big guy right here. No! Ah! Why? Where's my last checkpoint? Is it where the wolf thing is? Yes. Okay. That's good. That's good. Now we're gonna open this. Sometimes I can't tell. Bye. See ya. Oh, this door's open.
Yet another. The SANDFOX still had
What
no
opened
tools
up?
to open it.
Or is it... Did something open up below? Oh, this... Oh, okay. Here we go. Aha. Okay. Aha. Okay. I know the drums kind of go hard.
Once more, the SANDFOX could relax.
Jewels?
Now that the SANDFOX could scale sheer surfaces, old haunts offered new opportunities.
Oh. Let's go. Okay.
They were taught to be nimble, the Kashai. Even as a child, the SANDFOX knew the trick of sliding down a wall and jumping from it.
Sliding down a wall and jumping from it. What? Yo, you know, they're always talking about these tricks that the SANDFOX has. You know? All right, SANDFOX. Maybe. Okay. Perhaps the SANDFOX is out of practice and does not remember the tricks of the wall slide. Okay, wall jump. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, SANDFOX, anytime now, these years of experience. Perhaps the SANDFOX just learned today what dark mode is. Perhaps. Okay, now down, down, down. Frick, show tutorial. Come on. Let me see my ghost do it. Why? Okay. Boom. Ah! I'm so mad. I'm mad. Okay. Wall jump. I know, I'm trying to use the tutorial. I can't even use the tutorial. Why? Oh my god, this is crazy. You just have to do it on the wooden wall. I know, I'm trying to. Because you go here. Okay. 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 So we go here. We slide. Ah! Okay. Alrighty. Oh my god. Don't jump first, then hang. Ah. Oh, this is... Okay. Okay. Don't jump first, then hang. Wait, what? No! Ah! Don't jump there? B? Frick it. Frick it. Ah! I'm gonna go crazy! I'm gonna lose my mind! Jump off. Oh, God. I'm trying so hard. I don't know how to do it. So hot in this room. I'm sweating. I'm sweating. Okay, here we go. No, now I'm getting worse. Wait, there's a button to just hang off the ledge. Oh, like this. Okay.
Exhausted, the SANDFOX called upon years of training.
Now, how do I go down? Oh! Oh, I did it! Oh! Oh, yes! Okay. Woo! Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god, we did it. Holy crap.
This is the stillness of a place of worship.
That was almost hell. What do these guys want?
The SANDFOX knew this great couldn't be passed right now. It would have to be remembered for later. Brilliant light-cap mushroom spores illuminated the darkness, ever so slightly cheering the usually gloomy underworld.
Oh. Okay, how do we get it? Now, get me over here. Ha! Can I run up this way? Okay. The narrator is in the walls. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, here we go. What is the way to do this? I think I have to go this way. Oh wait, stop it. The narrator's waiting for me to hit the plot points. Okay, so... Ah! This narrator is like, oh my god, can you please? Okay, I can't go that way. Now. I think I need to do this thing. Ah, yes! Yes, indeed. Yep. That's the way. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Okay. Alright, we're figuring it out.
The SANDFOX knew there was nothing to fear from the simple mushroom pickers.
Here we go.
Welcome, honored Alfenic, the bearded man said. We Darklings are adherents of your ancient predecessor, Jarbu. May we be treated to a demonstration of your skills? The Darkling smiled, crossed the crags and precipices of our domain. I shall await you on the other side with a gift from your predecessor.
Okay. All right. King.
The water smell was stronger here. The SANDFOX tasted spores of old dank mold.
The hooded figure's eyes widened.
Lisan al-Gaib.
You are welcome here, SANDFOX.
Lisan al-Gaib.
It is long since we saw one of Jarbu's kin. You are welcome, honored Alfenic.
Oh my god, thank you. Honestly, I have no idea where I'm going. I just kind of go.
The SANDFOX had never seen such darkness, and never would.
The fungal depths. Can't see shit. I'm just kind of flying. Ah! Well, as I said, I was flying. Okay. Everybody calm down. dead. I'm dead. Oh, God almighty. Okay. All right. Surely this time. Surely. Nope. Okay, surely this time.
The Darkling bowed. Ahead lies our most hallowed possession, a tool of Jarbu. As Jarbu's successor, it is rightfully yours. Take it with our blessing.
Thank you.
There can be no doubt you are truly the SANDFOX.
I
Fine set
yes,
of tools
I have
crafted by a
I have
cachet
unlocked
artisan.
lock
With these,
picking.
no common door could bar the SANDFOX.
That's right. Let's try it out. Let's go, baby. Oh, I have to hit this thing. Okay. Nice.
The SANDFOX knew it was time to be careful.
Time to be careful. Okay. Okay. All right. Why do it? Why? Why are you so annoying? What are you? What are you? Who do you think you are? Gabby Douglas? Okay. Ah! Dead upon opening the door. Okay, I guess now. Right, so.
The SANDFOX sensed danger nearby.
Okay. All right. And that's why there's a peek option. Exactly. Okay, now I can't grab onto this thing. No, stop it. I don't know why I'm always flipping. It's so annoying. Okay, so now we peek. Who's this guy? Nothing to see here, buddy. Why is he still at the door? Please go away. He's the big boy, I know. Okay, maybe he'll go away. Maybe does he see me? This guy sucks. Why is he like rubbing up against the door? Maybe I do this. Oh wait, he's gonna kill me immediately. Hold on, why did I do that? Go. Oh. Probably nothing.
The SANDFOX slipped out of sight.
Okay. Let me get this guy. Sir. Who came through here? Oh my god, he knows. How did they escape? They didn't escape. Watch this.
The SANDFOX knew better than to try a knockout from a helmeted guard. Did that stop them?
But did that stop them? No, because they're stupid. Watch this. Ah!
The Under King's guards were not the brightest. But even so, the SANDFOX had to be careful.
How'd they escape? Because you're a dummy. Hello. This guy's got me scared to death. Oh! Oh god! Ah, you believe this guy? What a joker! Oh my god, can you please go? Sir, you're so annoying. Ah! Try to catch me now, bitch. Ah! Oh shit! I did not mean to do that. Okay, one more. One more. I'm actually having such a good time. I'm not even doing the sponsor anymore. I'm just gaming.
The SANDFOX sensed danger nearby.
But my sisters are gonna be here soon, so. Okay. Go, 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 go. Yeah, go see who opened the door. Go see who opened it. Now watch this. Okay, now I go.
The Under King's guards were not the brightest. But even so, the
Now.
SANDFOX had to be careful.
Do I want to go up this way? Turn back around. It's a good dose of cozy, it is. God. What? Not the back hit. Oh, that was brutal. That was so brutal. Okay, I think I
The
can do.
SANDFOX
I actually
sensed
think I can do one
danger
more.
nearby.
Actually, I think we got one more before I gotta go. Nope. Okay. I just want to make it past these guys. Ah, come on. Go, 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 go. Everybody! Ah! I like when they just shake this. figured it out. You have to be in. You like have to go. You have to go in like the shadows.
The sandfox breathed easily again.
Okay. You just have to get far enough away. Yeah, this guy is so annoying. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god. Stop! Chill, dude, please! Let me live! He's so annoying. This is the most annoying guy in the world. Go, 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 go. Go. Okay, what is the best strategy?
The Under King's guards were not the brightest, but even so, the sandfox had to be careful.
No, 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 no! That's so annoying! Oh, so annoying. I hate that guy. I hate him. Ah! I know. Reach advance. It's like they just one hit wonder knock you out. That's it. That's all. All right, you guys, I'm gonna have to cut us off there because I have to prepare for my sister's arrival. So I'm sorry that the streams have not been super long this week after I got back from EDC because I have a family sister visit this weekend that I kind of forgot about. No, I remembered. I didn't realize it was this weekend. So the streams are not as long as I would normally have to make up for time that I was gone at EDC. But it's about quality, you know? You have a life, don't apologize. I know, but I still feel that way. Anyway, so we're still trying to do quality streams. So thanks y'all for joining me, and thank you to the Siege and the Sandfox. 1 second here. Cardboard Sword. Thank you so much, Cardboard Sword, for sponsoring tonight's stream. If you don't know, Cardboard Sword is a UK-based indie studio. And they've done Little Big Planet, PS Vita, Forza Horizon 1, 2, and 3, Elite Dangerous, and then also The Siege and the Sandbox, which I played tonight, which was super fun. So thank you to Cardboard Sword. Thank you for this cozy sponsor for tonight. Show Jen this emote. She'll die. Oh, wait. No, Jen's not coming anymore. She was supposed to be a last minute. She was going to come last minute, and then she was like, flights are too expensive. So I guess she's not coming. I don't know. Whoever knows with her. But Liz and Cece are here. So I got to be for real. As much as I love having all three of them, one of them would have to sleep on the air mattress. So maybe it's better that there's only two. And Jen's going to have to come visit another time. But any hooser. If you like stealth parkour exploration games, then you will. If you like stylized pixel art, then you will love The Siege and the Sandbox Fox, which I just played for an hour and a half. I played for longer than my sponsor time because I was having a good time. So, okay. All right. And thank you to you guys for showing up and supporting the sponsor for tonight. I'm going to send y'all over to, I'm going to send you guys to Will so he knows that I am done. So he knows that I am done with my streamy stream. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. So I'm going to try to be live around, I'm going to be try to be live around 8 so I can do a morning stream. Sound good? Sound good. All right. And that's all I got for you. Okay. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for being a part of this community. Thank you for being here when you can be.